Hello everyone and welcome back to the SWC2025 America's Prelims. This time for day 3, the bottom bracket. My name is Evan and with me again, it's Topa V. What's going on, Topa?
Happy to be here, Evan. You know, it is the make or break day here today. Today, either make it to America's Cup or you fall just short and have to wait for another year to make it there.
That's right. This is the last chance bracket. You're allowed to lose twice in this double elimination tournament, and that means it's make or break for everybody here today. Our goal is to find our final 4 confirmed players for the America's Cup proper in Brazil on October 11th. And of course, all of them will eventually be fighting for their slice of a $216,000 prize pool at the World Finals. But only 8 total players are moving forward to America's Cup, and only 3 from there will represent their region at the World Finals. Like I mentioned before, this is the double part of the double elimination. Everyone here today has lost at some point over day 1 or day 2, and it's their last chance to make it in a best of 5 up against multiple opponents and get qualified for the America's Cup. But not only they have the chance to win prizes here, you as the viewer can redeem SWC 2025 emblems and redeem them in the shop yet again this year, but this time for even bigger and better rewards, like a Light and Dark scroll, a Legend scroll, an All Attribute scroll, or even a Devilmon. So make sure you're redeeming all the coupon codes that you see throughout the event and all the other regions events as well. And of course, with those scrolls, I hope you get something from the new collab, because Summoner's War is collaborating with Tekken 8. The Ultimate Showdown is happening right now on the Sky Island. Log in and enjoy the collab-exclusive Nat 5 Heihachi giveaway event, collab scrolls, and more rewards. Next up, we've got our bracket that we've been filling out throughout multiple days in these America's Prelims today. Topa, any particular matches or players that you're looking forward to seeing today?
Absolutely, Evan. You know, we saw that the first round matches, there's actually 7 people that have never made it to America's Cup here before, BADOWNEY being the only one. When conversely, on the lower round 2, everyone has been at America's Cup. But one match that I'm definitely looking forward to here is, you know, that very last match here, XEZIM versus Pandalite into ZEZAS. Those are all Brazilian representatives, so we will have at least one Brazilian at Brazil.
That's right. Yeah, it's practically an open qualifier in the end there, which is great. We've got our 4 qualified here already, so the 4 decided today will go on to meet Big V, Raigeki, Ladrillo, and Vinny at the America's Cup in Sao Paulo on October 11th. Yeah, there's a lot of great games ahead of us today. We're starting out with a banger in BADOWNEY versus CROCODILE coming up here. And Topa, we've talked a lot about these folks already. Do you have a particular leaning in this matchup?
Yeah, definitely. I do favor BADOWNEY, and he's the one player here that has been at America's Cup in this lower round of the first round, and I do think that he can make it there again.
Hopefully he can. And if you can make it down there too, chat, by the way, what you just saw is the registration page for Brazil on October 11th. So if you think you can be there on the day of the tournament, it's a free event. We'd love to see you there. Topa and I will be there. Seppi will be there. Sean B will be there in person. So it's going to be a great event. And obviously we're going to have like some top tier matches, Topa.
Absolutely, yeah, there are going to be great players. You know, also those 4 qualified players have also been at America's Cup before. So we could end up with a situation here, Evan, where everyone has been at America's Cup before, compared to last year, where TRUEWHALE and I were actually the only 2 players that had been at America's Cup before.
Yeah, that's so true, actually. And this year, with the return of a few, like, a lot of people may recognize BADOWNEY from his performance in SWC 2024. We've seen him in the competitive Summoners War scene since then, and of course on day 1 of the prelims this year. But tell me about BADOWNEY and his growth in Summoners War over the year.
Yeah, I think BADOWNEY has definitely grown a lot. You know, I fought him against him last year, and he thought he definitely seemed a bit nervous, you know, to be on stage and to be competing like that. But since then, you know, he's got that experience. He's gotten a lot of monsters, gotten a lot of runes, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
And then we had CROCODILE, who did make it to the prelims in 2023, but like we talked about off air too, he took a little bit of a break in the last year.
Yeah, and you know, obviously has not made it to America's Cup either. You know, he had a very tough opponent on his first match there. I believe he was against TRUEWHALE in the first round, but now he has BADOWNEY, who is, you know, not much easier, if easier at all.
Dang Skippy, dude. Look at this. We've got our 2 fighters queued up at the first match of day 3 here at the America's Prelims for the lower bracket Let's see how they throw down, because Topa, you're right. Crocodile, going up against TRUEWHALE, you don't really get the opportunity to show everything that you have to offer, because, I mean, he is so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was a deciding 3-0 there that between Crocodile and TRUEWHALE, so we didn't get to see everything that he has to offer. But as we get into pre-bans here, both players, you know, pre-banning one of those LD monsters. So BADOWNEY with the first pick, likely to take some sort of speed lead in Oliver or maybe a Shiho.
Those have definitely been the mainstay first picks over the course of the prelim days today. Everybody is really prioritizing those two monsters, and for good reason. So I expect we're going to see a lot. I saw some folks in chat hoping that we don't see Josephine. I hate to say it, we are likely going to be seeing Josephine today.
And we're likely going to see Josephine right here, right now, as a response to that Water Monkey. You know, Crocodile taking up the Vanessa 33 speed lead to match that. And then BADOWNEY, yep, there it is. Josephine makes an appearance right away, as well as that very strong Okeanos.
That's the give and take. You know, one player takes Shiho, the other one takes some sort of anti-crowd control unit. You got to do it. That's the song and dance, right? That's the meta right now. Now, Crocodile bringing the Asher as well as the Viva Shell. Asher standing amongst all the other toolkit monsters out there with that powerful cleanse and heal on skill 3 as well as the defense break.
Yeah, he also has a very low cooldown on that skill 3, you know, so BADOWNEY is representing these reset monsters here, but Ashore doesn't care so much about that. Obviously, you know, he still likes his skills, but he can get back into them very fast. BADOWNEY now rounding it out his draft of, you know, Annabelle getting that heal, that cleanse, as well as the slows and the defense breaks.
And finally, a Misty to wrap it up. Now, if you've watched any of the previous days here of the Americas prelims, you know the power of Misty. This thing can be absolutely brutal when runed right, and it worked wonders for Raigeki in his semifinals match.
Yeah, definitely. Misty is a very scary monster here. You know, Crocodile also banning out that Annabelle there. So BADOWNEY does not have any sort of healing on his side. Now, it does have those little bit of shields for, you know, some pseudo sustain from the Josephine. But Misty might be a difficult kill here when he's, you know, defense breaks are also limited to just his Fire Megumi.
That's so true. Shiho goes out skill 3, stunning up the Okeanos, giving Josie a turn, but willing to make that trade to lock him down early. I was going to mention that I do also like the Asher into crowd control units like Okeanos. He has the ability to kind of strip and stop some stuff. Unfortunately, finding himself stunned thanks to the Fire Megumi.
Yeah, Fire Megumi getting a nice stun, and the Violent Proctor doesn't get anything on this Misty. I believe I saw 3 resistances pop up, so you gotta wonder, is that actually a resistant built Misty?
Would be crazy if so. Oh, and there goes the increased cooldown time like we were talking about. You know, those will be back real quick, though.
Yeah, and Vanessa setting up that defense break. I do believe this Misty moves in front of the Okeanos. That Okeanos might be leaving the battlefield here very soon, Evan.
It's definitely not long for the world. I think you're right about that. It's doing, but BADOWNEY doing some great juggling work here, making sure the Asher and the Shiho stay down and they don't have that high of an impact. He wants to make sure Okeanos gets a turn to use his skill.
Definitely, and this is a bit awkward for BADOWNEY here, in that Oliver really wants to control the Mist and not give it any turns, since obviously the rest of the team can be stunned and controlled here. But, you know, the Misty's moving right in front of the Oliver, getting that 33 speed lead from Vanessa, as well as, you know, the passive speed. Makes it really awkward for Oliver to control, but Okeanos is getting a nice pass on that defense break as well as this one. This Misty is hurting now.
Yeah, man, that was a really important play. Getting that slow and defense break on Misty, those are arguably the 2 most powerful debuffs that you can put on this monster. That slow inhibiting his passive a little bit.
Yeah, very well played by BADOWNEY. They're also using the Megumi skill 2 there on the Misty, reducing the attack bar further, not letting him get any turns. Vanessa has been reasoned. This Misty is about to go down, Evan.
Ooh, and a nice proc from the Oliver, so if he wants to secure the kill, wants to make sure that he's managing the attack bars. This is a really nice balancing act that we're seeing from BADOWNEY. Operation Kill Misty before Okeanos goes down was a success.
Yeah, and BADOWNEY is looking very strong here with that Megumi Violent proc as well, getting out that skill 2, stunning the Vanessa, getting out of the slow debuff, and now Oliver is going to be controlling this monkey and the rest of the field here, Evan.
So well managed by BADOWNEY right now. Crocodile's just looking for an opportunity to get any kind of movement in here. And look at this, Asher finally gets to play. He has no skills. He can, of course, just tap the Fire Megumi, opts to save the Okeanos because he wants to get the 2-for-1 with that Vanessa skill 1.
Yeah, getting that little bit of value, but that also gives the Megumi a bit more attack bar in hitting 2 targets now. But Josephine getting that nice provoke on the monkey, as well as the revenge there from the passive, and taking it down. Vanessa passive does revive it up, but believe this round is over and BADOWNEY will be taking the 1-0 lead here.
Nicely done from BADOWNEY. That was a really good showcase of what BADOWNEY's capable of. Like, it shows like his game knowledge in there. Like, he managed that whole enemy team so well with Oliver.
Yeah, he definitely did. Also getting those crucial debuffs on the Misty at the time that he did, you know, capitalizing on that window. Because, you know, if that Misty got going, if he lost a couple monsters before that Misty went down, it would have been extremely difficult to, you know, take down that unit later on.
You're so right, dude. I think that was play of the game, to be honest. Like, opting to use that skill 1 to pass the slow and the defense break. It's like, that's the only way to slow down a Misty's progress, because he can be real devastating, as we've seen, if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and the slow debuff, you know, Misty has the passive where he obviously gains a lot of speed, but Misty also takes less damage if he's faster than the enemy, or faster than the monster hitting him. So in passing the slow debuff, he made the Misty slower than his team, and then was able to, you know, deal maximum damage to it. That then allowed BADOWNEY to take down that Misty as fast as he did there.
Reducing that potency, very important, because we all know how powerful he can be. The pre-bans are out. Fire Megami finds himself benched this time, same with Vivachel, and Crocodile this time takes Oliver first.
Yeah, both players really prioritizes Oliver, and I do like this Vivachel pre-ban from BADOWNEY. You know, he banned it in the last game, and it's just such a volatile unit here. You know, if one of your monsters gets caught with, you know, having no attack bar and the Vivachel moves next, you know, that unit is going to be gone.
Dang, Skippy, dude. BADOWNEY opting for the 24 speed lead in Ciara, as well as Okeanos, and Crocodile is quick to answer back with another MVP Shiho, as well as his Zeratul that was pre-banned last game.
Yeah, really liking the Shiho from Crocodile. You know, now he also has it paired with this Oliver, so, you know, has even more control, likely to take that turn 1. And how can BADOWNEY respond here? Goes with a Heigang to, you know, protect himself against that turn 1. And once again, no surprise seeing that Josephine as the Shiho has been drafted.
And what a great answer, too, because, you know, we love seeing something that reapplies buffs, so that way you can keep getting activations from Heigang's passive, and Josephine is a great enabler for that. This is a really good response to the Crocodile's volatility and single target strips in Zeratul and Shiho.
Definitely. Crocodile looking to pick up this Sekhmet here and a Layla, only leaving himself a single speed lead, so that Oliver could be getting banned out, but BADOWNEY also doesn't have any Swift units on his side, so Crocodile is still likely to take that turn 1. We'll see if this Layla can provide enough debuffs and control to keep down BADOWNEY's Josephine and other monsters.
Yeah, he's really thinking about this 5th pick here. He's trying to figure out what it in opts for the Aya. I like that choice. It's likely going to get banned out, considering how many debuffs are floating around here, and then he can just ban out whichever one he prefers not to fight against.
I, on the other hand, am not a huge fan of the Aya pick here. You know that Shiho has invisibility, so he can't deal damage through that, as well as Zera to self-heals and deals a lot of damage. Also, there's a little bit of anti-synergy with Heigang and Aya. If Aya gets debuffed but has like the Josephine shield as a buff, you can opt to strip that shield, and then all the debuffs from Aya will be gone as well.
And we actually saw a little bit of that in day 1 as well, I think, with because when Raigeki and I were streaming together yesterday on the channel, we were reviewing his games. He had this combo on there as well with Aya and Heigang. It inhibited him a little bit. We'll see if it has the same effect here, because you make a great point, because since he cleanses at the end of turn, there's a chance that she could have an opportunity here where there are no debuffs on her.
Yeah, we'll see how Crocodile can, you know, dance around this. It is still definitely a volatile unit, and, you know, Sekhmet doing a classic Sekhmet and missing the reset there turn 1. The monkey is there to follow it up, and oh my goodness, it was the very last hit that stun almost thought there's no stun coming out either, but does get the job. Then Josephine cuts in and looking to maybe control this Layla here.
The very last hit. Yeah, Shiho loves to do stuff like that. Got the strip, but no follow-up. No, not the important part on Layla, so she can throw out some stuff here. And
I'll probably just favor in saving the skill 2 there. Yeah, Crocodile goes to that as well. You know, there are shields and buffs, so the debuffs are likely going to be cleansed by the Heigang passive either way, and the Oliver can control the Aya anyway. So Layla can kind of just, you know, choose when she decides to use that skill 2 and wants to give the Layla or the Aya the attack bar and the damage.
So she still got the skill 3 because she missed it last time. Finally lands the increased cooldown time on Okeanos, and here comes the Shiho with the nothing side of all or nothing.
Yeah, getting that nothing, but Layla getting that stun on the Aya, and now, you know, Crocodile's team is losing a quarter of their health there. And Aya is definitely online, but Shiho looking healthy to that invincibility on himself.
Yeah, very much dodging the passive, right? That's a good way to kind of circumvent that damage. So you make a strong point here. It's like he's very much not out of the woods yet, but Downey is. Crocodile's in a really strong position still.
He is, but you know, he's also run out of debuffs here. Not getting anything on this Josephine. A bit unfortunate. They're missing the Shiho stun as well as everything with this Layla skill one. Now Shiho gets stunned itself. And Aya doesn't have skills available due to the Oliver. So Oliver might be able to take the control here and still get Crocodile to win.
The positions have very much swapped from the first round here. You know, Crocodile trying to emulate the same thing, the same level of control that BADOWNEY was bringing in the first one. And now it's like we are probably going to see this Oliver just start taking over the game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the Oliver effect, right? You know, last time BADOWNEY did have that Oliver, so it allows him to go for that turn 1 controlled playstyle. But now Crocodile has it, and he is in full control here. Playing very well around this Aya as well, not giving it any debuffs here.
Yeah, so well done. It's like you got to kind of hold yourself back a little bit, right? You got to play slightly inefficiently from most games' perspective, but ultimately you're saving yourself by not doing that. Keeping that Josephine's passive on cooldown is going to be so important for Crocodile moving forward here.
It definitely is, and yeah, you know, Crocodile recognizing here that he doesn't need to use any of these AoE debuffs. He's definitely ahead here and in control, and Oliver can kind of control the rest of these units, to be completely honest, and Shiho has the damage to take him out here.
That's so right. And then skill 1s are enough when you're up against these monsters that aren't carrying a whole lot of like high damage threat here. And Crocodile's just effortlessly navigating this.
Yeah, very well played by Crocodile. You know, we see here again, you know, the kind of lacklusterness, I suppose, of Aya. You know, your opponent is ultimately the one that gets to decide when you get those debuffs.
Yeah, it really puts a lot of agency on your opponent, which you don't always love. Here she's getting a little bit of attack bar, and then Oliver can just take it right away. Man, you called it. You said, I don't like that Aya pick. You're so right, dude. Like, she is definitely not able to perform at all in this game, and BADOWNEY will take the loss. Crocodile putting a point on the board.
Yeah, that Aya only ever had one debuff throughout the entire game until the very end there, where it actually probably would have died before even taking a second turn. So really just not doing much for BADOWNEY there. Crocodile navigating, you know, that once again extremely well, dancing around that Aya and not giving it those debuffs there.
So in your mind, given that, what does BADOWNEY need to change in this game going forward?
I mean, he has the Oliver this time, who doesn't have the Josephine available. Crocodile actually pre-bans that. So I definitely do like, you know, BADOWNEY's turn 1 style. He also navigated that turn 1 extremely well. We spoke about that, you know, how he managed that Misty and everything. So I do like the Oliver pick here and go for that turn 1. But in the last game, I definitely would have preferred a Juno. You know, I think that would have done a lot more for BADOWNEY than that Aya in that last pick.
Yeah, I think that's 100% true. Here comes that Okeanos and the Annabelle again. That Annabelle who soaked up the ban in that first round here. And how does Crocodile want to reply to that?
Yeah, BADOWNEY doesn't have his Josephine available here now to answer the Shiho, so picking up another water support monster in that Annabelle. But Crocodile keeping his foot on the gas and going for a CR Jogun. I like this.
The Jogun is a really cool pick. You can just lock something away. There's no consistent source of immunity here too. He can just strip away whatever he wants and then put something in the scroll.
Yeah, I think BADOWNEY needs to go with a Hey Gang and probably another... Ooh, right, I forgot about that pattern. You know, I don't have the luxury of having LD such as this myself, so I don't even think about that. But yeah, pattern Hey Gang I think is pretty solid here, you know, getting that protection in turn 1. And yeah, I definitely love those last 2 picks from BADOWNEY.
Yeah, I think we were expecting the Hey Gang and some sort of recurring enabler for him. What a great way to do that with the patter. Now here comes Crocodile with the Vivichel, who's off the bench this game.
Yeah, Vivichel is you know, again, that volatile last pick. If you somehow happen to have your monster 0 attack bar, that Vivichel is going to capitalize on it. I don't think BADOWNEY can afford to ban this, though. I think he has to get rid of either the Shiho or the Jogun here to break up that combo, because his Hey Gang's late getting banned out, and Crocodile might force out that pattern turn before the Jogun moves otherwise.
Oh, and Crocodile again favoring the Annabelle.
Yeah, really not wanting to see the Annabelle in the game. I think that's maybe a slight misban there on his side, because now BADOWNEY does get this extremely strong combination of Hey Gang and Patter.
Yeah, I was almost expecting one of those to go, even the patter, so that way he can't get recurring activations after turn 1, because there wouldn't have been anything to provide a buff after that.
Yeah, definitely would have liked that better. Shiho now going for the Oliver, desyncing this a little bit, making him move in front of the buff mover. Getting a kind of an unfortunate stun there. This now gives down his whole team attack bar, making him move in front of Crocodile's other monsters.
And wow, ample resists getting thrown around for both sides. Okeanos gets his skill 3 out and gets almost full results.
Yeah, the Megumi, they're not getting that immunity off of the Okeanos, now going to be stunned up itself. Sierra dodged that Okeano stun, but unable to do anything as there's full immunity inside of BADOWNEY here.
Yeah, hate to see procs like that. Sierra procking into full immunity, that is definitely one of the worst feelings.
It definitely is, but there's also a pretty bad feeling from this Oliver, not really landing much. Getting resisted on that Sierra, and Crocodile could still come back here, and this immunity is about to wear off, and since Sierra resisted there, does have skills available.
Yeah, Oliver is like sleeping on the job today, dude. It's just resist after resist for this poor guy.
Yeah, but he has still won, Oliver has won both games that he has been, when he has been drafted on that side, so still, still getting the result, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. What's up? Rageki is in chat, folks. One of our qualified players for Brazil is represented in chat today. What's going on, dude? Oh, stun on Okeanos, and he just wipes it off. Look at that.
Yeah, getting that violent proc, but now Sierra looking to punish this Okeanos here. Does land that bomb. See the bomb damage, 21,000, pretty solid Sierra damage there on the bomb, but BADOWNEY's Okeanos extremely tanky and able to withstand that with relative ease.
He gets a couple good stuns. Now, this is the thing with the Oliver missing all these increasing cooldown times. It also means that his own skills will take some time to come back since he's not getting the inherent reduction on cooldown thanks to those skills.
Yeah, Oliver sitting duck for a little bit here, and that does open up the window for Crocodile here. And the pattern take out the Sierra does not do that. So Sierra, if she gets a violent proc here, would be able to plant another bomb.
Oh, and Oka procking out again and confirming the kill on the Sierra one last time before he bites the dust himself.
Yeah, this Okeanos has really been MVP for BADOWNEY. In that game 1, getting that pass on the defense break and the Salted Misty, and then violent procking after for the massive damage. And here, just getting those back-to-back violent procs and getting rid of that Sierra. It is still not over, This Oliver is looking quite weak. And Crocodile can still take this since Oliver has missed so much.
And he got the provoke on the Shiho, which was great, keeping him from using the skill 3.
I love to see that, but Oliver once again does not have any skills available. Is this pattern going to be able to do enough damage to get rid of this Shiho here? Because if not, Shiho does have skill 3 available, I do believe, and that would be detrimental.
Gets the rollout here on Shiho. So close, dude, no! Just a little bit. Oh, he gets the What this game, Topa, they have just been trading resistances back and forth.
This has really been so back and forth there. Interesting to see the Joga not using the skill 3 there. Thought he would like to get that attack buff for the Shiho, but I guess he doesn't need it. Shiho does deal enough damage to get rid of that Oliver here, and he stays alive by the skin of his teeth. 1 HP there.
Yeah, no, this is like very close. Like every time you think somebody's going to take like a big lead, they get a resistance that pushes them right back here. Now this is still very much winnable from BADOWNEY, though. That turn of invincibility, if he's able to resist this, I shouldn't have said anything. I don't know why. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, does get that fortunate resist there, but I didn't like the rotation coming from Crocodile. He used a skill 2 before before skill 1 there, I guess. Because had he saved the skill 2, he potentially could have gotten 2 stuns and then get right back in that invincibility. Now that he used the skill 2 earlier, he's just forced to skill 1, and that doesn't give him any attack bar. So Hagen is able to take out the Shiho. But will this pattern go down? If the pattern goes down, I think Crocodile still takes this, Evan.
I think so too. Like this is actually, these 2 fire units can absolutely take down a Hagang with less than 50%, but I also am I totally understand why BADOWNEY is not scooping right now.
Yeah, it could go either way, but ultimately I think 2 against 1 is just, going to end up winning here as, Hagen doesn't really have any damage. And, yeah, not able to take out these fire monsters here.
And weirdly close, Crocodile is now at match point.
He is. That was an extremely close game. There were a lot of resists, a lot of procs on both sides, and it was really anyone's game up until the very end there.
Yeah, it was definitely tough for both players. They were getting a lot of resist. Man, I totally dropped the caster's curse there too on that monkey for resisting the strip too. That's a my bad, BADOWNEY.
Yeah, it didn't end up mattering too much as the monkey still went down there, but maybe it got off on one extra skill one that may have been enough damage to then take the win for Crocodile. So yeah, extremely close game. One thing goes to other, one thing goes to another player's, one more thing going in like BADOWNEY's favor there, he probably takes the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Haegang is not the unit you want to rely on to clutch something up. He has a hard enough time up in any situation, even that one.
Yeah, him in a 1v1, he probably wouldn't have won there, so let alone the 1v2. But now BADOWNEY actually pre-banning the Oliver, has seen that has been a very key monster for Crocodile, and knows that he has his Josephine available against this water monkey.
Yeah, and now we're flying through these picks. I think Crocodile is looking a little too comfortable right now with these picks, so BADOWNEY needs to slow down, really consider what he can do to deny this. Considering this is so similar to what we'd seen in the past, I expect something like a Haegang's going to pop up here, considering all the strip and stun that we're seeing.
Ooh, BADOWNEY now the one going for the Sierra Jogan combination. He doesn't, I don't know if he has the speed to back this up. Crocodile already has a 33 speed lead and an extremely fast Shiho. Now picking up another high base speed monster. If he complements this with another speed lead, Crocodile is definitely going to be moving first. And I don't know if he has enough juice. It could go either way.
He's really thinking about it. I mean, this is important. This is match point. Crocodile can have one slip up in this game here, but this is it for BADOWNEY. So BADOWNEY needs to be extra sure that this is the game-winning combination. Otherwise, he's going home, and very much not to Brazil.
Yeah, definitely not. And BADOWNEY's bringing out the big guns here. We see that Gianna make an appearance for the first time in this set between these two players. And now Crocodile, going with that Vivichel again. It has been respected a lot by BADOWNEY.
So do you think BADOWNEY needs to go safe with something like a Haegang, or do you think he needs to go even more aggressive?
I don't think Haegang is the pick here, but I also don't know if you need another speed or more aggressive. Yeah, I like something mid-range here, especially like this Layla. Obviously, the Okean is in the ban, but yeah, getting another high-impact, monster that moves preferably after your buff removers here is probably the right pick, and I do like this Layla.
Yeah, and she could totally help take over a game with all those impactful debuffs that she's going to throw on here.
Yeah, definitely. Getting that slow also is so huge, and BADOWNEY already has, those AoE buff removers of the Jogan and the Sierra, so it doesn't really need the Haegang here. Also, Haegang doesn't provide that much protection against a Sekhmet.
The bans go out. Crocodile denying BADOWNEY a speed lead. We've got the 33 on the side of Crocodile. BADOWNEY taking the defense from Layla. So we are absolutely seeing Crocodile take turn one with that Sekhmet, considering that high base speed.
Yeah, Sekhmet going first, followed closely by the Shiho. It's interesting to see that the Vivichel does move in front of BADOWNEY's entire team, so Vivichel will not be able to swap anything turn one, unless this monkey stuns and she could potentially swap Josephine. So Josephine does have to... Never mind, her passive doesn't activate. Okay.
Whoa, yeah, no stun from Shiho. But the thing that does it is the Despair Vanessa.
Yeah, the Despair Vanessa is going to be getting that stun, but did the Gianna resist the Reezer on Sekhmet? I missed that, but either way, BADOWNEY is going to be getting...
She did resist.
Yeah, it's a huge resist coming there, and now Layla is going to be getting the slow, and this Gianna will likely be able to follow it up, and maybe get that lockdown on Crocodile's side. There's
definitely a little unfortunate there, because yeah, Crocodile had the opener. He had the opportunity to kind of take over this game. But unfortunately, he's lost that window. He's going to try again, gets the increased cooldown time.
Yeah, gets what he's looking for. They're mailing the increased cooldown, and Crisis has been averted for the time being here. At least you're looking for the stun, but with that glancing, not getting anything.
It's not looking like a good position for Crocodile right now. If BADOWNEY can take down a unit, just get rid of the Shiho stat. Unfortunately, I think that might be too much HP to do it while Vanessa's silenced.
Yeah, but Layla looking to apply that silence once again. Actually can't apply the silence because there's already a debuff on the Vanessa. Just going to be getting that cleanse block there, which obviously doesn't do a whole lot. Well, it does prevent Vivid from, cleanse that slow, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. That is a tangential benefit for sure. He's probably going to avoid killing the She-Hulk here. Just oh no, actually doesn't mind. He's confident that he can do away with it before the turn comes to him again.
Yeah, sees that the She-Hulk is at low attack bar. Also notice that's very squishy. Oh, but that is actually still living just barely. Oh, but that stun might actually be super unfortunate for Crocodile. Now giving the turn to Josephine, and Josephine will definitely be taking out the She-Hulk here.
Definitely a bad day to be a Despair Vanessa with a Josephine in play. Taking down the She-Hulk is a really big deal here.
It really is. We saw that Vivachill was moving from the Jogan, so had that Vanessa not stunned the Gianna, the Vivachill would have been able to heal up that She-Hulk and maybe keep it alive. That She-Hulk could have turned it around, but now BADOWNEY is looking to be in a commanding position here.
Yeah, great observation. That might have been the thing to get BADOWNEY the point he needs to stay alive here in day 3 of the prelims.
Yeah, BADOWNEY having really close games, you know, even in day 1 against Big V, went to all the way to the best of 5, and looks like we're going to be doing that here once again.
Oh, and Crocodile yields, BADOWNEY takes a point, and we are going to a match 5 in the first set.
Yeah, what a treat here again. You know, BADOWNEY giving us all the content. We go to match 5 every time. And, you know, this will be the last match either way. One of these players will be moving on to fight STAYHIVE, and the other's dream of making the America's Cup and beyond will be shattered, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is good stuff to come out of the first matchup. I'm excited for this. Let's see. I really like the way that they've been playing. I liked the way that BADOWNEY got rid of the Oliver. It's funny that Oliver didn't really work out for him too much, but it's been a crucial component of Crocodile's team.
Yeah, it definitely has. We'll see if Crocodile adapts the same way and pre-bans the Oliver, or will BADOWNEY even favor the Oliver so much after, you know, that horrific performance in Game 3.
It was pretty much like a nightmare for Oliver players. Like, that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, missing the reset, it's almost like your own Oliver gets reset instead, because you don't get those cooldowns,
yes.
And then your Oliver just sitting there, you know, with skill 1s doing like almost nothing. And BADOWNEY actually, you know, now noticing that his Josephine is in the pre-ban, taking away that She-Hulk from Crocodile. I like this.
That was an expert, like, you know, pivot there. He saw the Josephine down there. It's like, oh, so this is free.
Yeah, this is free. We'll see how Crocodile responds to that. You know, he does get the Oliver this time now, but I'm sure BADOWNEY doesn't mind too much. Crocodile also picking up that Heigang to counter that turn 1 stun coming out of She-Hulk.
So you also need something to kind of make sure the Oliver doesn't get in the way of She-Hulk getting his skills off, because that could be a real problem for BADOWNEY.
It definitely could. BADOWNEY now complementing this with a speed lead, no surprise there, as well as that very trusted Okeanos of his.
Big fan of his Okeanos. Like you said, like the Oki has been the thing that's been trying to get him these wins.
He definitely has, and there's a reason, you know, Crocodile put in the pre-ban last game. So Crocodile now going for that. The Layla Heigang combination has been, you know, it's quite gimmicky. See a lot on the ladder, and I'm actually surprised we haven't really seen more of it in tournament play here. Also getting that ashore here once again. Didn't really perform that much in the game 1. Especially against Okeanos, who is once again on the field on BADOWNEY's side.
Yeah, it is eerily similar to round 1, just sans the Josephine in the picks there. So he's really thinking about it. He's not convinced. He's probably going to lock it in just to time. I'm wondering if BADOWNEY is satisfied with that, because he really went down to the wire with that decision to triple fire, basically ensuring that he's got to ban out whatever comes at the end here.
Yeah, I think BADOWNEY was, you know, unsure about those 2 picks, because he almost has to ban out the Heigang with these picks, you know. Heigang does give you 20% attack bar compared to Jogan's 15, so Heigang does kind of counter Jogan, and also, you know, if there's any sort of buffs, Megumi just gives a lot of attack bar if there's a Heigang on the opposite side.
Yeah, so given this, do you think he moves forward with the Heigang ban?
I think Heigang is probably the optimal ban for BADOWNEY here, and Crocodile probably Crocodile's ban is pretty tough here. He has to break up this turn 1 threat coming out of BADOWNEY. I'm not sure if that's going to be in the form of, you know, banning out the Jogan or maybe the Okeanos.
Yeah, I couldn't decide between the two. I was leaning Okeanos, but purely based on just bias from previous games, seeing how well he performed earlier today. Ultimately lands on the 2 Art Masters. This is it, guys. This is the final match between these 2 players. One of them is moving forward, and one is going home not to participate in the America's Cup.
Yeah, we see the She-Hulk taking a turn 1, but the Vivachill moves right after. She-Hulk is somewhat forced to go on this Vivachill here. And now BADOWNEY might not be able to control as many units in turn 1 as he would have liked. Likely has to go into Layla here. Does not go for the Layla. Instead, resets Ashore. Even
and just like that, he's got his skills back online, like we were talking about.
Yeah, that's, you know, the power of Ashore. You get that one violent proc and your skills are right back up. And now Layla getting a nice silence on the CR, controlling her, as well as the slow on the Okeanos is likely going to make Crocodile's team move in front of it.
That is crazy. So BADOWNEY has done a good job of navigating these strong skills that Crocodile is presenting. He has a moment here. He's going to try to cycle with all or nothing. Doesn't get as far as he'd like.
Yeah, definitely didn't get as much as he hoped there. You know, almost another result of nothing there. You know, missing on the Vivichel, only stunning one monster. Obviously, Vivichel is effortlessly able to pick that monster back up. And now this Ashore does not get a defense break, but still a lot of damage on the Sierra.
There was a world where that Ciara would have been taken out, actually, if he had actually landed a defense break, which some of these tournament Assures don't like to do, apparently.
Yeah, definitely. Crocodile still protected by this immunity, but BADOWNEY still choosing to just throw the Rain of Stones here, knowing that he has that slow debuff on it, and now Sierra getting a bomb off on this Layla most likely, or does he secure a kill on the Oliver?
He's thinking about it. I love taking the kill when you have the opportunity. You know, we talk about that a lot on here.
Yeah, can never really go wrong guaranteeing a kill there, so I do like that play as well. But Layla does have skills available, you know. BADOWNEY does have this Fire Megumi that does pretty well into a Layla, but now this Fire Megumi might be in trouble. You know, this is the Vivichel ball kill that I spoke about.
Oh no, he was in the perfect position to have his HP and attack bar swapped. Shiho might try to save it here. He could go in on the Layla, see if he can get a stun. Nicely done.
Yeah, very well done by that Shiho. Getting that stun off element is quite fortunate there, and I do believe BADOWNEY will be taking the victory away from Crocodile here now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty secure for BADOWNEY. He did a really good job navigating that. It's like I said earlier, it's a juggling act, dude.
It really is, and yeah, BADOWNEY definitely juggled really well. You know, we saw it in Game 1, we saw it here once again in Game 5, and ultimately he does, you know, take those 2 games as well as one more in between to defeat Crocodile 3-2 and move on to fight STAYHIVE.
And that's it. BADOWNEY moves forward to the semifinals, sending Crocodile home. Wow, dude. So what did you think of BADOWNEY's performance in there? It was pretty close for most of those games, but that last one seemed pretty set.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, Crocodile was there in the lead, 2-1, so it wasn't looking so good for BADOWNEY, but ultimately, you know, he came back. He adapted more than Crocodile, if you ask me. You know, in Game 4, he pre-banned the Oliver, as opposed to, you know, sticking those LD pre-bans. And in Game 5, he saw that his Josephine was in the pre-ban, so he adapted once again, and instead of taking the Oliver first pick, he went for the Water Monkey, and that worked out very well for him.
I love that observation you made. Like, what a good thing for him to notice. You know, it's like, oh, you're pre-banning the Josephine, so you don't have a super easy answer to the Shiho that I can now present, which we all know he was important to both of these players, but maybe BADOWNEY saw that Crocodile was leaning on it a little bit heavier than he was, so he got the double benefit of taking it away.
Yeah, not having, you know, the Josephine is obviously one of the main counters against Shiho. Shiho is an extremely potent, strong monster in the meta. That's the reason we saw it in every single game. But, you know, BADOWNEY typically pretty comfortable fighting that Shiho, I suppose, having his Josephine. But yeah, as you mentioned, noticing that Josephine is not available, decides to take the Shiho himself, and he put it to good use there.
And this is that one game that kind of shifted the set in favor of Crocodile. This would start his 2-1 streak here, where you called out the Aya was kind of a weak choice. I think that was a great observation. I had believed in it, but I think Crocodile did a really good job holding back on using those skills, because that's the weakness. It gives agency to your opponent.
It definitely doesn't. This was a super close Game 3 here. You know, both players were really back and forth, and it could have gone either way. And we saw a lot of resist, a lot of violent procs on both sides. But ultimately, maybe that one last resist on that Shiho is what decided the game. And Crocodile took 2-1 lead. But
oh my god, that was my favorite game. I would say that Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I know the YouTube channel always posts, you know, the best match from like each of these days, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, this matchup between Crocodile and BADOWNEY ends up on that best match list on the YouTube here later. But we still have, you know, some amazing matches to look forward to, and we have all of the, you know, round 2s that have our, you know, previously participated players from America's Cup. So maybe, you know, arguably some higher caliber matches they're coming as well. So a lot of exciting stuff coming up still today.
Yeah, so look forward to seeing more BADOWNEY later today when he goes up against STAYHIVE in the round 2 here, what we'll call the semifinals of the lower bracket. Next up, we have SOULSHUNTER versus ORKUT. So ORKUT, of course, made a really strong impression on us the other day. He got an early 2-point lead on Ladrio.
Yeah, that is, not an easy feat at all, but SOULSHUNTER also played extremely well, and, while he's making his debut, he has a lot of games in the ladder. He appeared in the Summit before, and he's definitely probably the favorite here going to ORKUT.
Yeah, that's well said, and a lot of games played this season. I think we talked about that when we saw him earlier. It's a lot of games played, and there's ORKUT, the man who we are all starting to believe in. I'd say this was also his SWC debut. We mentioned it before. He had a really strong out-the-gate showing against Ladrio. Ultimately, Ladrio did take the win, so he wasn't able to maintain that advantage, and that's what got him down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, ORKUT now also has a little bit less of that element of surprise that we spoke about last week. Going to Ladrio, he is a newcomer, hasn't really participated in any tournaments. I had to look up this player myself to see what he's playing with normally. But now, we've seen a little bit of this competitive play, and SOULSHUNTER, we'll see how he adapts to that. Both of these players are Brazilian representatives and really want to make it there this year.
Yeah, so they have a lot on the line. They want to play for that home court advantage at the America's Cup on October 11th. They want to be there fighting for their region, ultimately, hopefully moving on towards the World Finals. SOULSHUNTER locking in that Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver, just such an influential monster, and no surprise there that we see the Shiho on the other side, and once again, no surprise that we see the Josephine and Okeanos. This is very textbook RTA 101 meta August of 2025.
It's very similar to the games that we just saw with BADOWNEY versus CROCODILE. Extremely similar draft. We're seeing them pull from the same pool, and even down to the pattern.
Yeah, the pattern now a little bit on the opposite side. I guess it was on BADOWNEY's side, having the anti-CC, but both sides are presenting CC, and now we see a little bit of a variety with the Water Twin Angels making an appearance on ORKUT's side. Good
to take that Hagang away too, because it's starting to look like it actually would be pretty good on ORKUT's side as well. So SOULSHUNTER is defending himself and also potentially denying ORKUT a good 5th pick, and it really opens up that Etna.
Or the Diana, yeah, both these picks are pretty solid. I almost would have favored to see the Etna, but SOULSHUNTER maybe hasn't done his research so much on ORKUT, because there is a Tian Lang. Well, or he was content banning the last pick. It's probably more likely to be the case, because that Tianlang will definitely be soaking up the ban here. And we'll see how much this Diana can do. There are no heals on the side of SOULSHUNTER, and Diana is a pretty stationary monster. You drop one bomb on its head, and it's going to be sitting there helpless for quite a while.
Exactly. That's, dude, you beat me to it. That is exactly what I was going to say. Diana hates Ciaras, right? It looks like a great pick on paper, but the fact that it just sits there means that your opponent has a lot of time to stop it. But ultimately, ORKUT is deciding to put a stop to it right here in the pick ban phase. We're moving forward with the first 4 picks here on match 1.
Yeah, ultimately, doesn't want that RNG chance of, that Diana going multiple times and just deleting his team, as, we have seen that definitely happen in previous SWCs. Not so much lately, Diana, although did get buffed in the most recent balance patch. Actually, saw a lot of play last night in the China qualifier region. Won't be seeing any play here as ORKUT bans it out. And now he's looking to take out his Oliver turn 1, Evan.
Wow, yeah, this is just a series of unfortunate events for SOULSHUNTER. It's like ORKUT boosted up, used the Hagang against SOULSHUNTER, putting Oliver into a bad position so that he can just clean it up with the Ciara. And now if you're SOULSHUNTER, you're thinking about, reaching how close that gear icon is, He's like, oh, wow, that's real close.
Yeah, also a bit awkward of a turn there from SOULSHUNTER. His Hagang outspeeds the patter, so unable to use that AoE there turn 1. Okeanos getting that nice reads on the patter, and could drop some control here with the Rain of Stones, but I don't know, ORKUT is pretty far ahead here, Evan.
It is. It's looking like it's going to be really tough for him to move forward. I mean, we got to, if I was to think positively, if I'm ruined on triple optimism here, right? Oki deals some pretty decent damage. It's probably a turn or 2 away from killing the Ciara thanks to that Josephine auto-critting. Now here comes the patter. Can't get a stun, so there is an opportunity here, especially with procs like that from Josephine, Topa.
Ooh, yeah, that's huge proc. Getting that provoke on the Patter. You know, now Patter is forced to be hitting that Josephine, maybe getting a stun on it and then getting those shields once again for SOULSHUNTER. And the CR is looking low. All of a sudden, you know, SOULSHUNTER is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, look at this. Maybe the triple optimism set is pulling off. Look at this. That's why you don't want to call it too early here, because SOULSHUNTER is slowly taking the lead. Who's probably hoping that'd be enough to kill the CR. Oki's right there to clean it up. And now we got the Twin Angels activating Joseph. Oh no, I forgot she was still on cooldown, but she gets a nice counterattack.
Oh, yeah, Josephine on cooldown there, but unable to capitalize on that is so unfortunate. And the Josephine just, you know, being that annoying monster that we all know. But Patter actually having skill to be available, so it's able to patch up those stuns and get an additional turn. This is a lot of turns on both sides, Evan.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a much more even game than we initially thought. The Twin Angels can reduce the cooldown time on Shiho, so that way he can bust out the alter ego attack and hopefully try to secure the kill, but just misses it.
Yeah, not quite enough to get the kill on the Josephine, so that passive will pop up once again, getting that strip on the Shiho. And now, you know, I almost want to say that we're favoring ORKUT's side. This is so back and forth. I mean, you know, once again, we have a match that could really go either way here.
It is. I love this sort of game, dude. Yeah, oh, the fact that it passed back to Josephine there with no external factors means that we're suddenly favoring SOULSHUNTER here, coming back from an early deficit.
Yeah, you know, we see that a lot of players utilize this type of play with Shiho against the... Hey, oh no, the Pattern not getting to kill the Josephine. That is a tanky Josephine, I wonder. You know, could be HP slot 4, opting for that super tankiness, those high HP shields, and ultimately, yeah, SOULSHUNTER is able to hang on with Josephine and get the win in the round 1.
Wow, SOULSHUNTER doing a great job. And you know what? Not taking that early loss on Oliver too seriously, deciding to stick around, realizing... like, hey, I don't need that unit to win. And it's true, he didn't. Josephine is just that oppressive.
Yes, and as I was saying, there are a lot of players have been able to utilize Shiho against Heigang in such a manner, you know. There's usually a monster on the Heigang side that doesn't have a buff removing, right? Whether it's a Sierra or Oliver or something of that sort. You can kind of just drop your monkey skill tree into that monster and then make it move into your full immunity, giving it that dead turn. And also, you know, if you had that follow-up in another Swift monster like the Water Twin Angel in ORKUT's case, you know, you're able to just completely delete that monster turn 1, and ORKUT did that to perfection. But unfortunately for him, you know, that 3v4, he still lost it.
That's crazy. He did a great job maintaining the lead. This time, SOULSHUNTER taking away the Shiho, and he's got access to his light Gojo this game. You know, I always giggle a little bit whenever I see the Josephine in the pre-ban right after. It just feels so much like a trauma ban.
Yeah, it does a little bit. And interesting to see SOULSHUNTER banning out the Water Twins here. Also, a bit surprising that ORKUT, you know, pre-banning that Josephine, but then not locking in the Shiho first pick himself.
And that is a really interesting thing, right? The same way we highlighted that for BADOWNEY earlier. You know, that your observation about how it makes it kind of free, but ORKUT decided to lock in the Oliver.
Yeah, rounds up his draft here, very strong, you know, double bomb with the Sierra Gianna, the combo as old as time here, as, you know, some might say. That Patter is definitely getting banned out, and so is that Heigang. SOULSHUNTER definitely going to be moving first here, but doesn't have that much control past the Shiho.
And also, ORKUT is getting the opportunity to try out this double Oracle combo that we've only really seen hinted at so far. I can't remember a game where it's made it through.
Yeah, I wonder if it's... Oh my goodness, it is too. I was going to say, is the Ashura moving in front of the Gianna? Could have cleansed up the Gianna, but like Gojo is able to actually, you know, mess up that speed tuning once again, and Gianna is going to be, you know, losing the attack bar, taking that turn while stunned. So, but Ashura does still have heal available, so probably going to be topping off that Gianna here.
You'd almost want to call that a bad proc from Oliver too, because, you know, now he ends up with less attack bar than he would have in the first instance as well. Here comes Asher to set up a defense break. It almost takes down Tianlang. Now almost anybody can do it, but we can cleanse it up with the light Gojo.
Yeah, you know, that Tianlang would have gone down had Sierra landed her bomb. So it is a very unfortunate miss from that Sierra there coming again. But Gianna is ready with this skill tree, getting this down to Tianlang, which is going to be cleansed by this cookie. And getting the violent proc as well. So Tianlang still looking quite healthy, especially with that shield sitting on top of him.
That cookie, I love that thing, specifically when I'm playing it. Like, I hate looking down the barrel of a loaded Angela, but, like, you know, I like it on my team.
Ooh, really just ORKUT confirming the kill on this light Gojo here. I would have almost liked to see that bomb go on the Shiho and, you know, spread out that control a little bit. But once again, you know, it can never really go wrong with securing a base here.
Yeah, and then we get a little reset on Shiho. ORKUT is taking control.
Yeah, that Oliver did some solid damage to that Shiho. Seeming to be quite squishy here. Now the CR bomb on top of the Shiho will probably be able to take it down. But still, you know, Angela, like you said, the barrel of a loaded Angela could definitely still take this game.
Oh yeah, she really could. SOULSHUNTER is making sure that his team is sticking around with that support unit. You know, having the only consistent source of sustain. ORKUT is much more situational, but that bomb, even post-mortem for Ciara, is enough to take down Shiho. Oh!
Wow, the Tianlang with the double resist against the Oliver. Into the violent proc, takes out the Oliver, and that sure is not enough to take out the Tianlang.
Dude, if he landed the defense breakdown, how many times can we lodge the same complaint against the Asher, right? You know, if he landed the defense break on the first hit, Tianlang would be down.
And now the Angela heals are just too much, getting that, you know, additional damage coming out of Tianlang. Ashore needs to get the proc, does not get the proc, and yeah, that is going to be over. SOULSHUNTER getting the 2-0 lead, now at match point.
This is big. This is the inverse situation that ORKUT was in his preliminaries match from day 2. Now it's the chance. Now it's the chance for ORKUT to do a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and well, he has to do the reverse sweep, or you know, his dreams of making it to you know, the home court of Brazil will be gone as we get into the third match here. No, interesting pre-bans the last round. I guess that Water Twin Angel ban did end up working out for SOULSHUNTER. And now we see the Ashore still getting the respect of the pre-ban.
He is. I mean, he did a good job, and there were a couple moments, you know, we said if he did this, he would have done that, right? Like, if he landed the defense break, he would have killed Tianlang. So I think the very presence of those if statements is enough to get him in the pre-ban.
Right, yeah, can't really go wrong with that. ORKUT banning out that light Gojo once again, you know, very solid ban there. Now SOULSHUNTER getting that Oliver 33 speed lead, and ORKUT taking the Shiho, but now there's a Josephine available again.
And now we're back in round 1. We've been teleported back to round 1's draft, Topa.
Yeah, we'd really have, you know, that round 1 was extremely close. It could have gone either way. So I don't exactly hate it to go back to the round 1 draft from either player here. You know, once again, either player could have won it. But I would like to see, you know, some slight adjustments maybe that you can make to, you know, get that edge over your opponent.
Yeah, he's going back on it, and this time wants to do the combo again. He's a believer in it.
Yeah, he really is. Picks up that Gianna. SOULSHUNTER not actually picking up the Hey Gang, which is a bit interesting. You know, I guess it only does have the Josephine for the buffs, and if that gets banned out, it gets a bit awkward. Taking the F9 instead, which is likely going to be banned out here, and ORKUT's position is pretty solid again.
Yeah, and he makes it through the pick ban phase with the Ciara Gianna combo. If he can just live through the Etna, or even crazier, outspeed the Etna, that's a tall order.
That is a tall order. I don't like the ban on the Josephine. I feel like you have enough control to where you can overload the Josephine, and now this F9 is going to be a moving Turban, and it might delete your Shiho right off the bat.
I think that this could be enough damage. Let's see. He at least gets the stun, and now with Okeanos, he can reset the Gianna so things don't get stunned. Can take that attack bar, because that's looking real juicy, but it is also slightly a gamble, but it's looking real good. Oh, he tries to go for the kill and increase cooldown time.
Yeah, goes for the Shiho instead, a little bit safer there, you know, getting that increased cooldown, just preventing the Shiho from getting that skill tree up in case his Layla goes absolutely crazy. But now the Megami actually cuts the Layla, and this Layla will not be going crazy as it is stunned right away. I really think ORKUT should have banned this F9. This F9 almost just single-handedly, you know, took the game away from ORKUT here, I believe.
Yeah, because, I mean, any of these units, if Shiho wasn't there, could have set up the kill on Ciara, could have set it up on Gianna, whatever you want. Like, that Etna is a real big problem.
Yeah, he figured that, you know, he has that anti-crit coming out of the Eleanor, but probably, you know, didn't take into account that your Eleanor is likely going to be banned out either way. And then you're left with no answer. There are no fire monsters, nothing to, you know, give a little bit of trouble to this Etna.
Oh, and just 10k first skill, can throw out a bomb on something. Oh, that's just a kick while you're down, dude.
Oh man, actually get.
Gets the stun. Can he secure the kill? He gets it. This is looking like SOULSHUNTER taking the lead. He is taking this game, Topa, and a 3-0 in favor of SOULSHUNTER. SOULSHUNTER will be moving forward to fight up against TRUEWHALE. Holy heavens to Betsy, the first 3-0 of the tournament today, and just like that, ORKUT is out, but SOULSHUNTER still has the opportunity to represent the region and be a Brazilian representative for the tournament. Looks like Topa's had some technical difficulties. We'll contact that ISP and see if we can get him back online right now. He's just perma-frozen, perma-stuck in a position where he is just deep locked in on that game. That's my face while I watch these highlights. And this is just the journey. This is the one where we were ruined on triple optimism, chat. And so was SOULSHUNTER. You know, he really took that fall of Oliver in the beginning in stride. Because, you know, where I'm suddenly thinking, time to bottom left, SOULSHUNTER is thinking, no, it's time to persevere. You know, this is the time for the indomitable human spirit to rise up, and we take that early win up against ORKUT. Showed off the power of Josephine as well, and Haegang. That's something that Topa and I have talked about at length, right? You know, Haegang having that initial activation, not a whole lot else to do unless you have an enabler. And what a great enabler Josephine can be. Here's round 2. That's where we saw the Asher taking that huge lead with the defense break. That defense break there, but ultimately SOULSHUNTER was able to stabilize. ORKUT double bombed the light Gojo, and if I'm not mistaken, Topa made a comment saying that he would have preferred to see that bomb go elsewhere. I think he said put it on Shiho. And, you know, with hindsight on my side, I think I also tend to agree on that, especially on any unit that's ruined on defense like that. Get that early increased cooldown time. Here comes that Etna that we saw just taking over the game, be it on turn 1 or on her second turn in the rotation. And that's the story of how SOULSHUNTER got our first 3-0 of the tournament and moves forward towards that semifinals game against TRUEWHALE. Now that is one to be afraid of. You know, a lot of people do not want to be fighting TRUEWHALE, and for good reason. In fact, when I was streaming with Raigeki yesterday, he shouted out the possibility of fighting TRUEWHALE early on in the America's Cup to be quite a scary thing. But of course, TRUEWHALE has to make it through and get qualified for that America's Cup before we even begin to consider that. And we have to watch SAPPYYY versus TUANTUAN. That's right, guys. We are not out of the lower round 1 bracket yet. We still have 2 more games to watch. And if you guys remember, SAPPYYY is making his SWC debut. He has a few notable nat 5s and LDs, and he's up against TUANTUAN. So TUANTUAN has really committed to the bit in the past. And Topa and I were speculating whether or not he's actually made any changes. And that bit in question is that he does not believe in will runes. And he is a will rune atheist. Like, they might not even exist on his account. So I'm quite curious to see if he's actually made some tuning, done some re-runing for this last chance bracket, or if he's decided that he's just going to stick to what has worked for him in the past, worked for him on the ladder, and in other competitive Summoners War scenes, because it was certainly exploited in his games earlier. Because there's a chance that he might just have will runes completely out of his cell exclusion settings. We'll see if he's found any for this. Guys, we're going into match 3. Over on day 3 of the Americas prelims. TUANTUAN versus SAPPYYY. Pre-bans are locked in. We're getting that Dark Monkey King, that Sun Zhong Lao, and Gianna in the pre-bans. Sun Zhong Lao is one of those nat 5s where it's like if his skill 3 activates, if they get an AoE with his skill 3, that will win you the game. That is going to win that person the game. In fact, every time he's used his skill 3 on an open board, that player has gone on to win. So if you know that your opponent has it, might be good to pre-ban it. And SAPPYYY has done just that, securing the Oliver in that first pick slot for the 33 lead. We've seen the power. We've also seen the weaknesses of Oliver, those big resistances. They're few and far between, though. He's made a name for himself on the high rolls, not the low rolls. Got TUANTUAN answering back with Ciara. and Laura. He wants turn 1. He wants to compete for it. Sappy taking his own turn 1 unit here in Shiho and an Asher to back it up. See how much TUANTUAN wants to commit to this bit. See, the thing is, if you're ruined with no will, you better be fast, right? But the other side of that coin is if you wanted to go safer, you could go for a significantly more bruisery approach. Pre-tournament today, Topa and I were talking about seeing TUANTUAN go with something way tankier, go bruiser. Not necessarily Gapsu Angela, but something of that nature. Something with a lot of HP, with auto cleansing to keep your team alive, etc. Something like a Juno, ironically. Sappy locking in the Juno Layla at the end here. We've got a double puppeteer set here. We got the two boys on the 3rd and 4th slot. Zenisek and Kovarchi. TUANTUAN wants to lock in something powerful that can't be exploited for its lack of will runes. Here we go. Okay, chat. I want to see bets in chat. Will we see well, we're probably not going to see will runes on a chow, to be honest, but I want to see what are the odds over under. Are we seeing will runes on TUANTUAN's side? We got people voting for Sappy in chat right now. I'm seeing lots of this. He farmed Necro for a week. People are saying he had a week to prep, chat. If he saw that as a weakness, he had the opportunity to correct it. Let's see if he goes for it. We are down 2 speed leads, and we're going into the game. This is it, guys. Round 1, Sappy, TUANTUAN. We got an attack and a defense lead. 2 sides of the same coin. Let's go, TUANTUAN. Did you farm Necro? No, he did not. But nor does he need it. If he's starting with that amount of speed, he does not need it because he's taking turn 1, saying, look at this. Your will runes mean nothing to me. Juno's about to make this look a lot more like TOA. Unfortunately, that Zenisek is going to wake up in a second here. Layla setting up. Oh, the cleanse block from Layla is brilliant. The cleanse block is going to deny the activation. We got resistances coming out. You hate to see it, but Sappy is still very much in control here. Here comes the Asher skill 3. He could just put... he might be considering a silence. Instead, he's going for it. He's going all in. We got a resistance. Is it enough to secure it? Not quite enough to get him down to 10%. That was kind of a gamble. Might have been interesting, but he procced. He procced into death. That's it. We got the... and now the stuns coming out. Juno's going to get some healing for the team here. You just want to poke with Shiho, considering you got that 2 turns of invincibility. You don't want to cycle out of it just yet here. And now that bomb doesn't have a whole lot of super stellar options, and it gets resisted anyway. Oh my goodness. See, I would have liked to see it maybe go on the Asher, but again, you don't have super great options to begin with. Asher's tanky, plus he is like mere inches away from having a cleanse on skill 3. We've got the drop from the Laura. It is Chow. It is Chow and this Dark Puppet Master versus the world. Now, if there's one thing we know about Chow, it's that he thrives in situations like this. Every time an ally drops that Justice, his skill 2 is powering up. Now, if he can get a stun here, that cleanse block is going to make sure that he does not wake up. This is the opportunity to remove it. He procs, but with no skill 2 to use, he can't secure the kill on the Shiho. And now, just like that, though, just because he was able to get through it doesn't mean he's not a problem. Asher needs to get some crits in. He's shy, but Shiho is here with the all or nothing to finish it off and get the 1-0 on the board in the beginning in favor of Sappy. And also, Topa's back. Welcome back, Topa.
Thank you, Evan. I hope we have no more internet issues. I just got an email or message from my internet provider that there's an outage in the area that was supposed to be fixed at 5 p.m., which is 3 hours from now. So hopefully that's not as big of an issue as, they made it out to see. And I see Sappy's off to a strong start here in game 1 against TUANTUAN. Did we see any will runes?
Yeah, he is. He's back. Also, TUANTUAN still doesn't have will runes.
Yeah, so all is good in the world. Nothing has changed as we get into this round 2 of the Oliver and the pre-ban, as well as the wounds. Both players really going for that turn 1 here, Evan.
Yeah, they're both... They were really vying for it, and I gotta compliment one thing, right? TUANTUAN's speeds are fantastic. I mean, he's also got a Laura, so that helps. But, that's... he really knows how to secure turn 1.
Yeah, Laura having 120 base speed, is... rivaling Ren there at that same base speed number. So definitely able to get that turn 1 a lot of the time. And now we see double LD Puppeteers out of TUANTUAN here.
Yeah, the two puppeteers, Zenisek and Kovarchi, coming back. Look at this, dude. Everybody's got a Ren. That's so funny.
It's so funny, but it's so good because it works. If you have no will runes, again, Ren's weakness is having, not having any sort of a buffer moving available, but you have that insanely high space speed, and you also have the higher speed lead of 28, that 24 of Sierra. So Ren is looking scary.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Ren is such a great monster if you know your opponent. He's got the base speed of a unit you want to go first and strip, but he's got the skills of a monster that you'd want to follow up on a strip. So TUANTUAN is probably seeing that thing as his natural predator.
Oh, definitely. And, this is the classic TUANTUAN thing here. You force your opponent to go into this turn 1 threat, and then you pivot to this slower turn 2 combination with this Eleanor now, as well as the Chow that he's really been favoring, or favored in day 1, going for that solo potential.
I did want to shout out the chat as well, because earlier someone said, I want to see a first pick Ren. And while it wasn't a first pick, we saw it in the third pick slot, but great call out there from the chat.
Yeah, either way, Ren, we'll see if it makes it in the match, and it does. Is the Eleanor... surely the Eleanor is on Will, Evan, surely.
Surely. Yeah. All right, chat, let me hear it. Is she on Will?
It is!
She is! What the...
And
what the element is surprise.
Yeah, that is going to be a big problem for Sappy here, because that, even if it gets a stun on the Eleanor here, the Zenisek is going to be cleansing it up, so you can't really control this Eleanor, and the Eleanor is going to then be able to in turn cleanse up the entire team of TUANTUAN here. Oh, but the threat state, oh my, that combination is actually insane. The threat state from Ren makes so the Zenisek has to hit the Ren, giving the attack power to the Fire Megumi, which is then able to...
Dude, that combo is insane. That's some fascinating synergy coming from these two units. Really well played here. So last time we saw Sappy leaning on the Layla to provide that cleanse block and deny the Zenisek, but this time we're seeing it be the Ren and his threat state combined with the Fire Megumi. Really well drafted here from Sappy. Dude, it's hilarious. Now we're seeing the chat pop off. Very surprised at the lack of Will, or excuse me, at the presence of Will on the Eleanor. Seems like Topa's having some same internet issues again. Like I said, we'll have to have a talk with his ISP shortly after this. But for now, we're watching TUANTUAN try to keep his lead secure. Welcome back, Topa.
Yep, I am.
Oh.
A bit longer, man. This is extremely... This here. Looks...
Uh-oh. All good. All good. Seems like those internets... It seems like it is... Yeah, let's get some salutes in chat for poor Topa. We got some 07s in chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. All right, we're back to TUANTUAN. He's got all skills up. He's able to reapply that attack buff and immunity. It's like the chat was saying. He doesn't start with Will, but he sure knows how to find it. He'll either take yours or he'll apply it later. Oh, and dude, he's got no will and no accuracy. This is crazy. He can't seem to land another bomb. That Annabelle is going to drop here, but that Shiho is going to be really problematic. He just needs to find a way to get rid of that Ciara. All right, welcome back, Topa.
For the third time here, third time's the charm. I hope so. If not, I think we might be setting up my phone here to hopefully, be able to have a little bit more secure of a connection here. But yeah, TUANTUAN, I was able to, watch or see this match play out here for the most part, and not getting his Eleanor control there was really the key point, and getting that will or immunity rather on his team now. And just, being in a good position since then.
Yeah, TUANTUAN is now looking like he is going to be taking this game. The Ren was really cute. I loved the combo with the Fire Megami, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to secure him the win.
Yeah, CR, able to get another bomb off here. Drops it on that Ren. Gonna be keeping control down here for a couple turns. Probably even taking it down. There are no heals in this. Oh, just opts to detonate and, you know, immediately secures that kill there. And that is going to be 1-1 in game 3.
Yeah, TUANTUAN with a strong showing. He needed to get that point on the board. You got to tie it up. And remember, guys, best of 5, just like every other game, so we still got some time. And ultimately, TUANTUAN gets that point on the board. Well done, TUANTUAN. Shaping up. Finding will through Eleanor instead, putting the one will set that exists on his account on that light unicorn. Well done. That play, you know, that pre-ruining situation, that got him the win. Did a great job outlasting. The Dark Monkey King is back in the pre-ban, as well as that Gianna. Let's see how Sappy and TUANTUAN go in our third set here. Players vying for that match point. That ever-coveted second point. Sappy taking Oliver. We saw that coming. We know that Oliver is going to be an important part of both players' drafts. But TUANTUAN is favoring that Ciara, and frankly, I would too. After her showing in the last game, those bombs were stellar. She was able to bring the damage that he needed to win the game. He's going for Laura, saying that I will not be yielding this turn 1 as easy as you want. So Sappy brings the return of the Shiho and the Asher. We're familiar with this layout of the first through third picks lately. This has been defining the games today, not just here, but across multiples. Let's see what TUANTUAN wants to answer with. The Eleanor was really good last time. I don't know if he wants to follow up with something like that again, but I would be a believer. He made me a believer in the horse. Cavalo. Shash. We want to learn a little Portuguese ahead of Brazil. Cavalo. That's horse. And so was she. Going with the Sonya. Dude is really putting on the pressure this time. Seeing if he could maybe knock out the Shiho early, potentially. We got the Ren coming back to potentially punish the lack of it. He's saying, you better bring that Eleanor, dude. Otherwise, I'm going to silence your team. That Ren can really set up. Oh, welcome back. And a second 33 lead. All right, so Sappy's got the 233 leads and a strong 120 base speed Ren to follow this up. Here comes the Lucia last pick. The Fire Pure Vanilla. Wants to try to reduce the amount of attack bar that's going down. I think at this point, Sappy probably just wants to maybe ban out the speed. Yeah, there you go. Just ban out the speed lead. Secure turn 1 with your 233s. Hopefully denying the Sonya something. Now that's a lot of attack for Sonya. So we'll see what they can do here, because the Laura can apply the speed buff on here. I'm a little concerned, but ultimately the Ren is fast enough to go past the Laura and leave everybody in the dust. Gonna put a silence that will lock out everything that TUANTUAN is wanting to do. He's feeling so confident that he even throws the Shiho at the Sonya, saying, I don't need you. This is good. We can put the defense break on. Asher here to not even dump skill 3. Bro is conservative. He plays it so safe. Just putting 2 hits in. Saving the skill 3. Bro is saving skills. Sappy is feeling very comfortable with his lead. And he is showing it, and it's paying off really well. These aren't even big gambles. And like, it honestly, just like that, it's looking like Sappy's already got it. There was too much emphasis put on that Sonya. It was great being able to get rid of a speed lead as well as a primary source of damage for Sappy. So now he only had to really take out the Sonya. And at this point too, Sappy is feeling like he's winning the game, and TUANTUAN is probably realizing that he's losing this point to Sappy.
Yeah, once again, we kind of just see that power of the Ren. You know, the Ren really came through there, taking that turn 1 and really just showing the match for Sappy there onwards.
Big time. and welcome back, Topa. The games were so fire, we needed the hotspot.
Yeah, we're trying. I'm currently logged in on the phone here, and hopefully, this connection is a bit more stable, and hopefully my audio isn't too scuffed up here, as we might say.
No, don't worry, dude. And now we're going in here. This is the last chance for TUANTUAN to tie it up with 2-2. Wow. And look, the Ren, he's accepted the fact that the Ren needs to be pre-banned, and the Eleanor also meets it down there too.
Yeah, the Ren makes it in the pre-ban. That is wasn't on my bingo card, but also not really surprised to see that either. Ren, once again, we've seen has provided so much value for Sappy here against TUANTUAN, and even other players against TUANTUAN. We saw STAYHIVE do it last week. We saw ZEZAS do it last year. And, even like year in, year out, like TUANTUAN has not found an answer against that Ren.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a localized meta just in this like one matchup. Everybody's got their different answers. We're even seeing a Ganymede come in here, and there's the Dark Monkey King is finally making it into a game. He's been pre-banned at every opportunity when TUANTUAN hasn't been taking it. So seeing it here now is scary.
Yeah, TUANTUAN had that monkey. We saw the insane performance last week in STAYHIVE, stealing that immunity and holding on to it for dear life. And, then dropping that skill 3, kind of setting himself up, get that protection for himself, and then able to drop that ultimate control from the skill 3 that worked so well for him. And, it's not surprising to see that in the pre-ban or the ban in the, draft phase.
And we have the return of the Layla in the 5th pick slot. Works really well for Sappy in the first round, where it was denying the Zenisec from being able to wake things up from stun. It even did a little hindrance on Chow. Unfortunately, Chow did get a proc, which made it a little scarier. But that cleanse block ends up being really impactful against what TUANTUAN's bringing.
You know what? I just noticed there's a Ganny on Sappy's side, which unfortunately got the ban, because I would have liked to see, is that Ganny another high Swift unit? Ganny has could fill the kind of same role as a Ren. Has slightly lower base without 113, but also, can get that insane turn 1 control if there are no immunities on your opponent's side.
That is a great call. We haven't seen a Swift Ganny in a long time. It was great that TUANTUAN remembered that, pulled that memory out from the ether and banned it, because that would have been a huge thorn in his side, especially early on here. Here comes Layla to throw out some cleanse block, some stun, and some slows on everything but the Water Twins, but that silence is good enough.
Yeah, Layla getting so much attack bar from that skill too, able to actually take just whole another turn before anyone else moves. Now Zenisec, unable to cleanse anything due to that cleanse block from Layla, being such a nice counter into that Zenisec, and CR getting the bomb, almost taking out Oliver.
She is such a crazy monster, and she benefits from everybody's debuffs that get applied. So she's just cycling attack bar like crazy. Here comes Shiho to throw out a stun on the Water Twin Angels, and it's about this point where TUANTUAN is realizing that his tournament run is about to end.
Yeah, Layla once again has skill 2 available. That monster takes so many turns with that recent buff to attack bar gain. And once again we saw it drops the skill 2, and immediately after just takes another turn. And she almost has skill 2 up again, Evan.
That is insane. This is truly being put between a Swift Ganny and a hard place. It's like, that was it. And that's the story of how Sappy got 3-1 against TUANTUAN. Like, the fact that he even had a Swift Ganny ruined up just for this situation is wild to me, Topa.
Yeah, it really is. Shows, the preparation that went into that. And, Sappy very wisely, watching all those games, watching really closely, taking, digging deep into his box and seeing what really is that, game-changing monster that he can draft there.
Yeah, dude, like, what a pull. So it's like, the Ren is obviously something that we've talked about at length on previous days of the prelims, but the Swift Ganny pull, that was so cool. And chat loved it too. I've seen a lot of call-outs in chat saying it's Swift Ganny, people saying that if that makes it in, it's an instant lose for TUANTUAN. And it's true, but the problem is that Layla has also already proved itself. As we're seeing in the highlights for round 1 here, that Layla was a huge reason why Sappy took that win.
Right, yeah, Layla is, she's not only does she take so many turns, but she has incredible control. That slow, such a, I wouldn't say it's underrated debuff anymore, because everyone knows about it. Slow is such a huge debuff. It removes 30% of your enemy's max speed, and that is, when everyone is so fast, that is such a detriment when you're put into that position.
It is, dude. And so here we go. There's the end of round 1. This is the round 2 where we saw this really interesting interaction with Ren setting up the skill 3, going into threat state, getting the Megami some attack bar so he can cut in. It was a really cute little combo. Didn't end up working for Sappy in the long run, but it was a nice little interaction.
Yeah, those little intricacies are what, what players of this caliber are looking for. And every time we see this Ren, it's just kind of a Ren highlight reel here. I really would have liked to see that Gani go off, and I wonder if the Gani is fast enough. Because, as mentioned, Gani does have that turn 1 swift threat potential, but it does have a lower base speed, only 113, which, Laura is way higher, and maybe, could have done something there in game 4.
Yeah, it's a good question. I really would have liked to see that. Now, in my gut says that I think the Gani had a good chance, purely based on the fact of how confidently Sappy picked it. Like, Sappy threw down that Ganymede faster than most people will pick a Shiho in this. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I didn't see the Ganymede in the draft. It was drafted so fast, it slipped by me there as well. But yeah, ultimately we didn't see that. Maybe we'll see, Ganymede in a, maybe on a violent build in a different matchup here, but would be interesting to see.
Yeah, that would be really cool. It makes people credit to TUANTUAN. I really like getting to see his games because they are guaranteed to be different from the other ones in the show. Now, with that in mind, we still have one more in our quarterfinals matches here today. It's ZEZIM versus PandaLike coming up here. Also, that means that Seppi is queued up to fight ZEFA, by the way.
Yeah, that is Sappy versus ZEFA. That's going to be an interesting match to look forward to there. But now, my part of the bracket that I was looking forward to the most here is the Brazilian show-off here, Evan.
Yes, so chat, just based on how the bracket ended up filling out, we now have essentially like a Brazilian Open qualifier at the bottom. We're guaranteed to have one Brazilian representative at the America's Cup, just based on how the bracket ended up filling out. And so now, going into ZEZIM versus PandaLike, ultimately the winner of that will fight ZEZAS.
Yeah, and that is a tough opponent to go up against then. ZEZAS is probably the favorite to make it out of there, but it would be really nice to see maybe another Brazilian representative make as good of a run as ZEZAS did last year, making a great first debut to all the way to the World Finals there, Evan.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just like ZEZAS did last year. So here is one of our SWC debut contenders in ZEZIM, who we'd seen featured earlier on in the days of the prelims in this region here. Do you have any expectations in this game, Topa, or a leaning in one player's favor or another?
I would have to leave, to this player's favor here, PandaLike. I played against him last year as well. PandaLike is a very capable player. He adapts pretty well. He has the 100 res Village, actually has his most picked monster. So we'll see if, ZEZIM has adapted that maybe, maybe putting a Shiho on a higher accuracy than most people would.
Yeah, it's been a long time. He's got to move to adjust with the current meta. We haven't seen a Velijoule picked a single time so far, I don't think. It's been kind of crazy, especially not today. And now we've got ZEZIM versus PandaLike. We're queuing up for round 1 in match 4 of day 3.
Yeah, we have the premium Velijoule in the pre-ban there, the Patter pre-ban, as well as Oliver making, another appearance of pre-ban. No surprise there. We'll see what ZEZIM takes his first pick, and he goes for Hey Gang. Interesting
first pick. Now, given the meta that we've seen playing out in the prelims here, it definitely makes sense. Now, PandaLike is taking the other favorite counter to crowd control, Josephine.
Yeah, that definitely has been, a lot of Josephines today, and a lot of procs in that Josephine as well. But I wonder, is ZEZIM going to go for the full-on, mid-range Hey Gang debuff cleave here, like Layla, Tomoe? But it looks like he's just going to take the Shiho right into a Josephine.
Yeah, that he is, while looking in the eyes of the counter, he picks it. That's very, very bold. And the Asher, which has been seeing a lot of pick today.
Yeah, if he's going to go down, this lineup, I'm not sure how I feel about that Hey Gang first pick. He hasn't, Shiho does have some self-buffing on that skill 3, but it just, does have still a cooldown. There's a turn where you don't have any protection. And yeah, there's no consistent buffer on the side of ZEZIM right now, so I would definitely like to see him pick maybe a Wind Twin Angel or something of that sort in these last 2 picks here, as PandaLike picks the Water Twin Angel, as well as that Misty for that crazy solo potential.
Good call. Something to just make that first pick Hey Gang a little less, dependent on purely turn 1. Here comes Layla, which you shouted out earlier.
Yeah, Layla making an appearance there. Now he's, leaning in this full debuff combination here. Will we see the Tomoe following it up? But there isn't any cleanse on the side of Panda-like either, so Hagen passive doesn't really get that much value past the turn 1 here.
Oh, the Fire Monkey King is a cool answer to all this stuff, and he's known to crit off element, but I would have liked to see a little more commitment to the debuff comp, considering that Panda-like only has one more pick left.
Yeah, me too. You mentioned the Fire Monkey can definitely crit on water, but even the Misty has a pretty good matchup in the Fire Monkey, because Misty does have that heal block, and that, obviously makes so that your monkey cannot heal, and then Misty probably is favored in that matchup. And also, 2 water units Misty. Fire Monkey doesn't seem all that good for a solo here.
Yeah, and even Panda-like is like, okay, we'll let it through. He's not that concerned about it. I think that kind of shows you where it's coming from. So I liked what ZEZIM was cooking with the Layla. I wish he leaned a little bit more into that, to be honest. But we'll see how it plays out. We'll ultimately see if this Fire Monkey King was worth it. And of course, he's paired with his brother Shiho as well. So this is a powerful combo too.
Yeah, we see the double ape action here going forward as Shiho does take turn 1 even without a speed lead, outspeeding this Water Twin Angel.
He does. Now, does he want to stun something, or does he want to go in on the Misty and try to kill it early? That's something that would be kind of crazy to do.
Yeah, definitely wants to go for the stun here. Activate that Josephine passive. I don't think he has enough damage to kill this Misty right off the bat. And I think, Josephine getting resisted there. Doesn't get the violent proc, so Layla is going to be following up here. Layla does get the slow on the Misty, so now this Misty is, whoa, and a lot of stuns.
A lot of them, and like we mentioned too, the slow is really impactful because it reduces the potency of Misty's passive.
It really does, and now he may be going for this Misty right away, but to just secure the kill on his Okeanos here first, deal with that Misty a little bit later. He does have the Water Monkey, which is also very good into Misty, as you get that invisibility quite frequently, and that makes so that Misty cannot leech any life back.
So ZEZIM is definitely in a good spot right now. Getting that early kill puts him in a good position moving forward. Let's see what this Misty can do. He's going to try to set up some debuffs, and he gets defense break on Layla, so she might not be long for this world.
It gets a lot of nice debuffs there. It gets a slow, I'm not sure. Yeah, attack break, slow, defense break, and the cleanse block, or heal block, all lands, but ultimately Layla still hangs on, just barely, and able to get another skill 3 off, and all those debuffs are back on Misty.
Look at that monster, dude. She was able to cycle so much that she got 2 extra turns before biting the dust. That's crazy.
Now the Monkey with a big skill 2 here, getting that defense break. Misty gets the revenge there, but also looking dangerously low. Has that glancing debuff on it, as well as the slow, just not doing that much damage with those revenges.
No, it's not, and he is not... Yeah, exactly. Look at this. So now he's going to be able to... ZEZIM will be able to secure the kill on the Misty on this turn.
Yeah, there it goes. Misty goes down, I did favor Panda-like draft a bit more here going in, because that Hagen just feels like such a dead pick. But ultimately, Layla was just so strong and controlled this game before going down. And you know what? It's not over here. That Monkey is also looking quite low, and if Panda-like can take down this Fire Monkey, I think he still wins this game.
Yeah, and there's also 2 strips here on the side of Panda-like as well, between the Water Twin Angels, which had just doled out on the Fire Monkey King. Here it goes. Josephine can secure the kill, or she can try to provoke the Shiho, or even stun it if he wants to. So now it denies the Alter Ego attack.
Yeah, that was such an unfortunate stun coming out of that Fire Monkey on Josephine, activating that passive. But now Shiho did get that nice stun, not able to get the stun this time. So Josephine passive will be back up, and I think Josephine, oh my, with the double stun from Water Twin, dude. Josephine is going to be taking this game.
Panda-like is pulling it back here in the final hour, and ZEZIM yields. That was pretty good. He really did pull it back. Panda-like it didn't look like he had that game, but he did. It shows you the power of the Josephine yet again.
Yeah, the brutal power of Josephine just coming through there. We can see exactly why, so many people in the chat are, hoping not to see that monster and just hating on that monster. It is so annoying. It is so powerful. And we see, Panda-like using it to great extent there.
Extremely hard to play against, and it has the damage to potentially rack up a near solo win.
Absolutely, and we'll see how ZEZIM adjusted that in round 2. Now, pre-banning the Gianna there.
Yeah, it's out. And now, yeah, ZEZIM probably wondering if he should take a Josephine instead of an early Hagang.
Yeah, no first pick. I hope no first pick Hagang. There isn't even the Gianna now available on Panda-like side, so there really is no reason for this Hagang. Takes the Shiho again. You know, we're probably going to see the Josephine answer to that right away, unless ZEZIM takes it away. But it's a bit awkward as you already, you know, have double water into an Oliver.
This is practically begging for a Josephine pick, but instead Panda-like goes for a reinforced Hagang thanks to the Powder skill 3 that'll keep him online.
Yeah, very nice picks there as well. You know, we saw this combo from BADOWNEY earlier as well. Super strong against all this turn 1 threat. But we also saw that it being played around there a little bit. You know, the Water Monkey, again, is able to punch that hole on someone else, like the Oliver, who obviously doesn't have any way of removing buffs. And then this Sierra Bomb might be able to follow up nicely and even take it down.
Oh, cute pick with the Seimei here to reduce the number of turns on that immunity down to 1.
Yeah, and also, you know, there are a few debuffs. The Hagang does have the AoE glance as well as Patter's potential provokes. You know, those are going to be healing the team, and there isn't a whole lot of damage on Panda-like side, and he is still not picking any damage. Well, there comes the damage, but it's likely going to be banned out, and I'm not sure if Panda-like has enough damage to get through ZEZIM's team here.
Yeah, that's my concern going into this too. It's like it's a lot of support picks. There's control from Oliver, which could potentially be good, especially into the fact that there's only Shiho with the long-term immunity option. But yeah, I think that Fire Cassandra is likely just going to soak the ban.
And the return of the Fire Monkey. You know, we have the double monkey once again from ZEZIM coming out of here. You know, yeah, the Fire Monkey is quite a good solo monster here, especially in the Oliver, probably being the main damage threat. Yeah, so Panda-like does respect the Fire Monkey this time and just bans it out.
Yeah, credit where it's due to ZEZIM, right? That Fire Monkey was not the problem. You know, it's like out of everything that went wrong, I don't feel like the Fire Monkey was really the problem.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. And now ZEZIM is going to be having his Tian Lang here, which is probably going to be having quite a field day against this Oliver, you know, making so this Oliver really can't cycle and just getting that juicy additional damage in from the skill 1 and the skill 2.
Oh, Tian Lang is about to get so much bar. Like he's getting bar from Hagang's passive, from Oliver, from everything. It's crazy how much he's about to get fed.
Yeah, Tian Lang is just a crazy counter pick, you know, literally Oliver, every single skill from Oliver, he can't choose not to get attack bar, you know, even that skill 1 has a little bit of attack bar absorbed, so Tian Lang is going to be feasting on that here.
And so now we're starting to see the slight weakness that we were talking about in the pick ban phase, Panda-like lacking damage outside of that Fire Cassandra that ultimately got banned here. So he's going to try to just, the name of the game is just controlling the battlefield, but it's a little harder to do that with Tian Lang just getting turns.
It definitely is. You know, the Sierra is definitely the big problem here. Oliver does have skill 3 available, so it's able to reach the Sierra. But if the Sierra can live a bit longer and get another bomb off, it's going to be looking really bad for Panda-like. But on the other hand, ZEZIM does not have any heals aside from that Seimei passive.
Oh, and he's getting extremely convenient stuns, not on the Patter, since it's going to wake up anyway. So the Patter is really the biggest source of any kind of DPS from Panda-like. So that skill 2 that we saw, the Wild Blow, actually took a lot from CR. And look, he's procking back into it again. She's getting real low. Now we're starting to see the vision here.
Yeah, we're also seeing ZEZIM's draft come to fruition here. You know, that Angela's looking pretty low. Often go for a stun onto the Patter here instead. And the Patter is going to be cleansing up, which is going to give attack bar to the Hagang, but then that's also going to give attack bar to Tian Lang. So we have, you know, quite a multi-level complex interaction there. And oh, he's just barely not able to get the kill on Angela and gets stunned on the Seimei. That is so bad.
Whoa, yeah, this is, and now he's got the opportunity to, oh, wasn't quite enough to take down the Ciara. Even after 2, he's going to have to soak at least one more turn into this, but I think he might, does he want the bar? Tian Lang, he would only get half of it, chooses to take down the Ciara with the Oliver. Great call.
Yeah, well played there from Panda-like. Also using that Patter skill 1 instead of the skill 3 cleanses. That cleanse once again would have given a Hagang attack bar, which then gives Tian Lang attack bar. That may have made the Tian Lang move in front of the Angela and take it down. But now the CR is so far away from any skills that I don't think Seimei can get there.
Yeah, I don't think so. This was really well done. They were off to the races with ZEZIM trying to get rid of that Angela early. Almost got there. And then once she was saved, he started shifting targets towards that Oliver instead.
Yeah, that's kind of really what it came down to here. It's still not over, but it's looking... Oh, wait. Gio with the skill 3 is able to take out Oliver. There's still actually a match to be played here for sure. But that Angela living may have been too much for ZEZIM to deal with here, as that heal is quite big.
Oh, yeah. She's keeping everybody alive. Every time they... You know, this is... Every time ZEZIM brings that Angela down to the brink of death, she's somehow able to make it back.
Yeah, you know, that shield is just... Even though the shield is one turn to the same A passive, that one turn's enough, right? Because you have that one turn when you've already taken your turn. So it stays there for the entire duration until your next turn, and then you just get a new shield anyways. And the Shiho just barely hangs on there as well. Wow.
Just on life support there at the end. He's got 1 HP and invincibility. So puts the Soul Protect on. Well done, just in case Hagang like gets an opportunity to strip it somewhere down the line here.
Yeah, very well played, you know, putting that Soul Protect on the Shiho. Because that Soul Protect also reduces the skill cooldown by 1 turn, meaning that the Shiho will have permanent skill 3 invincibility here. And now Hagang could strip that away, but if he does, he's going to put a debuff on the Shiho, and that's going to give him a heal.
Showing how difficult Seime's passive can really be in action. Panda-like yields the turn, yields the game. ZEZIM gets a point on the board to tie it up.
Yeah, well played by ZEZIM there, realizing that the CR is just way too far away from skills, and then opting to use that skill 2 on the monkey, keeping it alive. That was just such a clutch game. The Angel lives 1 HP, and the monkey lives with 1 HP, and ultimately, you know, monkey, I guess, is the better monster there, and does take the victor for ZEZIM. We are tied up as we go into game 3.
That was a really exciting game. That was a really exciting game to watch. Like, it was not very clear. I mean, we really thought that Panda-like was going to be lacking damage, but his Pater is proving that like that max HP scaling damage on skill 2 is real powerful.
Yeah, that damage also does go down as the match goes on, and that may have been, you know, if he's missing like that little bit of a grind, because if he got that Shiho out, obviously he wins that game. So super, super close game on both sides there.
Very much so. And Pater finds himself in the pre-bans as well as Oliver, and so here comes the Shiho to take that first pick slot. We are rushing through these opening 2 picks because, you know, it's business as usual in the pick ban phase.
It definitely is. Shiho, you know, very favorite monster, and then the typical counter that everyone hates or loves if you're drafting it is that Josephine. Just snap pick by Panda-like. Now taking a little bit of time considering the second pick, you know, thinking what went wrong in that last game, and besides that, it's not Angela that went wrong, and drafts that unit once again.
Yeah, Panda-like deciding that Angela was not the thing to go wrong at all, and she wasn't. She was doing a good job of maintaining the team's durability.
Yeah, she really was. You know, she was hanging on there, but ultimately, just wasn't enough damage for Panda-like. So I would like to see him, you know, pick a bit more damage on his side. That pattern did do quite a bit and was able to take out that CR quite early. But ZEZIM is keeping the pressure on here, you know, with a lot of damage, and that might be too much for Angela to handle.
Yeah, that's a cool pick. We got Raigeki in chat who said that Panda-like was lacking a Josephine in that last game. So he's quick to amend that this time. And of course, Jug saying everybody thought he was crazy, but it turns out Josephine was the problem all along.
Yeah, you know, we were surprised to see that too. We saw that ZEZIM pick up that Water Monkey, and the response was the Hagang pattern and not the Josephine. You know, Josephine also does provide a lot of damage with that skill 1 always critting.
So you can put her on a ton of crit damage and just tangentially get benefits while she's also keeping your team alive. Crazy stuff. The Tian Lang did great last game. It's a large part of the reason why ZEZIM was able to get a point last game too.
Yeah, I like this drafting coming out of ZEZIM. You know, picking up that Tian Lang, obviously a phenomenal counter into Diana, almost the force ban. And also that Jogan, now getting that attack buff bombs for the Sierra. That might be enough to just one-shot a monster from Panda-like side too.
Truly, yeah, that's a really good point. So now he's kind of free to just ban whatever he wants. I feel like he drafted really well against the monsters that Panda-like has picked in the first 4. Although, yeah, now the Shizuka is going down.
Yeah, no surprise there on the Shizuka ban. You know, you have so many. You have invincibility. You have the revenge buff from Josephine. You even had the bombs. You have attack buff. There's just so much that Shizuka can do. And as you mentioned, you know, ZEZIM did draft quite well counter these first 4, but we'll see if it's well enough as that CR does get banned out, and that is a lot of the damage potential. Now this Josephine is going to be extremely annoying here.
Dang Skippy it is. Here comes that Shiho skill 3, locking down Asher to make sure that he doesn't get any easy silences or early defense breaks.
I almost would have liked to see ZEZIM hold off the Water Monkey skill 3 there, because in doing so, he gave the Josephine the turn here that was now able to control his Jogan, and Jogan not getting that turn to like scroll anyone here now could be a little bit of a problem, but Irene lands the bag, and we'll see where this Diana goes now. Wait, transforms into a Tian Lang?
Yeah, I know, that's what I was just gonna say. Oh my god, and yet she is... Hey, you know what? If you're not punished, it's not a misplay. Look at that.
And even getting this done, that Tian Lang is already a half HP.
That's
wow,
great.
What a play from the Diana.
That is wild, dude. Yeah, that's a rare thing to see. Credit to Panda, like, that was a bold play, and it paid off.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, you know, the right play there, but I guess once again, you know, don't get punished. Now, ZEZIM scrolling the Diana is maybe a bit questionable, because that is the main source of giving this Tian Lang just a whole bunch of free turns.
Yeah, although I have to say I do give some bonus points for the gimmick of having 2 different seal effects in play, or should I say sealing in a scroll effect.
Yeah, that's pretty cool to see. You know, you can make the match a 4v2 even though all 4 monsters are still alive, and definitely fun to see here. As we see Josephine now take a turn, has to hit this Water Monkey. I don't know what he's thinking about so long. Maybe, you know, trying to hit the Tian Lang, not realizing that the threat state is still present on the Shiho here.
Yeah, it's a cool combo. It's like you were saying, though, the Diana did it really fed the Tian Lang, because anytime ZEZIM was attacking units not Diana, she's getting bar. Anytime she transforms, she's getting bar. So now by putting her away, Tian Lang has lost his... He's become a lot less mobile. Here comes the Irene, who can put something back in the bag. And this time opting to try to put the Josephine in, but the double resist is going to keep her in play. Oh my god, dude. Josephine saying, I'm desperate to have an impact on this game. Oh, looks like maybe we may have lost Topa one more time, so we'll be sure to let you know once he comes back again. Irene here, who can put an easy threat state as well as a reflect debuff effect, throwing it on the Jogun. So here's the thing, that does mean that he's less inclined to use that scroll trap, because it guarantees him an additional turn. So that means that he would essentially proc out of that, but I suppose he doesn't seem to care. So he's just going to leave the reflect debuff in the past, keep the threat state for now instead, but just yielding the reflect. And just like that, it is resolved. And now, the Shiho is free to go in on the Josephine. Her passive procs out. She actually might be able to take down Tian Lang just shy of the damage source here. I think, I'm not sure if this was the cleanest way to do this. But unfortunately, that Josephine did resist that bag. We would have liked to see her get in the bag, unfortunately. Put the Josephine in the bag, bro. Here comes the Diana, now completely unhinged. Nothing to hold her back. This is exactly the situation she likes to play into, with 2 water monsters on the other side.
And yeah, Diana taking that transformation there, you know, now my phone overheated. Jesus, what is going on here? It is
so
scorching hot where I'm at, and these games are fire. My phone overheated. Hopefully, you know, we're back on the computer here, and hopefully the internet stays strong, and this is just unbelievable.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, now the Diana is completely... She is now reaching her full potential in this matchup. Can try to put her away. He's trying to put anything away, but nothing's going in the bag. The not even the fries are in the bag, bro. Like Panda like taking the 2-1 now at the point lead, where just one more of these wins is gonna get him to advance.
Yeah, very well done by Panda. Like they're able to counter that, you know, double scroll or scroll and bag combination coming out of ZEZIM there, you know. Was looking really good for ZEZIM, you know, getting that early kill as well as the Tianlang into the Diana. But ultimately, yeah, Panda like does pull ahead there, and the Diana is able to outlive the Tianlang and then control the game.
Yeah, it was interesting. I loved the combo, loved what ZEZIM was bringing, and he looked like he had that early lead. Unfortunately, the game might have not been super helpful towards that sort of strategy, because a lot of his units, namely Tianlang, were kind of dependent on having some of those monsters in play. So having them removed actually reduced his efficiency a little bit.
Yeah, that's an interesting interaction, you know. That's why I didn't really like him, you know, putting that Diana in the scroll, because you really wanted to give Tianlang those turns, get those defense breaks out there, as well as that additional damage coming out.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how they pivot going into this one. This is obviously a big moment for Pandalite, considering he's at 2-1 right now. So ZEZIM, it's all on this. If he loses one more, he's out of the tournament. He doesn't get to go to Brazil. So what does Pandalite need to do to maintain this lead over ZEZIM?
I think Pandal has been drafting quite well. I think ZEZIM, you know, has to adjust his play a little bit. I think his targeting has been slightly off. He needs to, you know, find those key interactions, you know, find the win condition coming out of his side as well as the opponent's side, and, you know, take care of those threats.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, I think there were obviously a couple resistances for like the bags and the seals later on, but like I totally agree with what you said, where I don't think it was the time to put the Diana away. Like, she was very low health, so it was almost to the point where ZEZIM could have gotten rid of her, and also her just tangentially getting bar was giving your Tianlang turns.
Yeah, the Tianlang was really the big damage dealer from ZEZIM's side there. You know, all that additional damage, the defense breaks, anything hits so hard on defense break. You know, even if, you know, you don't seem to have any damage in your team, as long as you have defense break, trust me, you have damage. That minus 70% defense just does so much. And, you know, we're getting the game 4 here. Can ZEZIM make the comeback here?
Yeah. Let's see. He has to make something happen here, chat. Pandalike sitting at a 2-1 point lead means he is at the advantage here. If he does that one more time, he's moving forward to fight ZEZAS.
Who's ZEZIM now respecting the Angela enough to actually put in the pre-ban. I don't know if we've seen that before or if you'll see that again, but it's definitely an interesting pre-ban there. Pandalike pre-banning the Ashore. I want to see that damage and cleanse coming out, and we have all of the, you know, the very meta monsters here now available, as well as the LDs on both sides.
And yeah, everything is up for grabs. ZEZIM opting to take that Shiho first pick, as is usually the case, right? You get that Oliver, you trade for the Shiho.
Yeah, and as well as taking that Hey Gang, but I think we all know what Pandalike's going to be drafting, and it is that monster exactly. The Josephine making a quick pick and appearance, as well as the Patter, just going for that turn 1 or turn 2 protection against the turn 1.
Yeah, you know it's set in stone when they don't even draft to try to counter any water picks, you know, even after a double water draft.
Yeah, just no wind needed. We got the Josephine. That's all we need. That's the problem that ZEZIM, you know, has to figure out here. And is Seimei the answer? It didn't work out too well. It kind of worked out, you know, but also, I don't know. I mean, the Shiho Seimei combination did get ZEZIM that win, but I'm not sure if there's enough debuffs on Pandalike's side to warrant a Seimei pick.
Yeah, and here comes Pandalike again with a Chow and a Rakuni to cleanse stuff up. Is he is sure. He is big time sure. And now, so we know the damage that the Pater can dish out as well. Notably, there's no defense break on the side of Pandalike. Lastly, there's a Sonya that gets drafted and ultimately soaks up the ban along with the Chow.
Yeah, I would be quite sure about Pandalike's last 2 picks here as well. You know, it picks up the Rakuni and the Chow, obviously that very tanky, high damage dealer, self-sustaining monster, and the Rakuni also for the heals. And, you know, again, no more debuffs, so Seimei feels kind of like a sitting duck here. Sure, it, you know, makes the immunity 1 turn, but you don't have that many debuffs anyways, or like the shields 1 turn. But I'm not a huge fan of the Seimei pickup from ZEZIM's side here.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. You made a good observation a while back that she did provide an interesting breakpoint where it was like Not a great call for Panda-like to apply debuffs because it was going to incidentally heal somebody thanks to her passive. But, you know, there's less of an opportunity for that here. So, you know, maybe this could have been another damage source or something along those lines.
Yeah, we always talk about that, you know, that like with the Aya, your opponent has the agency to apply those debuffs. You know, same is very much the same way. You know, your opponent kind of chooses when to apply those debuffs. And Panda-likes, a lot of these skills on Panda-like side don't even have any debuffs. So Seimei not providing much value on that passive healing. And ZEZIM is just left with the Velagil as a healer, which I don't think is going to be enough in the long run here.
Yeah, I agree. So, you know, ZEZIM might scale out a little bit, but Panda-like also has, you know, just Josephine's skill 1 and Pater's skill 2 as damage. We'll see if that's enough for him to keep it up. ZEZIM finds the moment to put a stun on a Pater and make it stick.
Yeah, well done there, you know. Also a bit fortunate for ZEZIM resisting that strip coming out of Josephine, so now, you know, the monkey is still very well protected. And as long as ZEZIM can keep this monkey protected, there are not many buff removers on the side of Panda-like, so I could see ZEZIM take this down if he's able to get rid of this Josephine before the monkey drops.
Yeah, but this is looking like it's going to take a little while. Everybody has lost just a smidge of HP over the course of this game. Pater looking to expedite this, trying to get that Velagil out of here ASAP.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, we're in for a long one here, but once again, I do believe that Panda-like does kind of outscale, outsustain ZEZIM's drafter. That Velagil heal does have a cooldown and is not the biggest heal in the world. And you can see that already, you know, as Velagil is already at half health.
Oh yeah, and look at this. She doesn't even need to do the provoke. She's just going to wail on him. You know, there's nothing to really fear here. They don't mind that there be, or excuse me, Panda-like doesn't mind if there's immunity in play. Just wants to kind of wail into him.
Exactly, yeah, he doesn't want that, use that skill to provoke the Velagil accidentally and then give it that big heal from the Seimei passive. Just opting to go for that consistent skill 1 damage and looking to take this Velagil down.
Oh, and that proc into the skill 2 Wild Blow. Still doing some decent damage, even on a non-defense broken monster.
Yeah, that damage is pumping in, you know, Velagil needs to get these procs in here too to, you know, get that damage from the defense break of his own, as well as those heals.
No crit. No crit, so not a whole lot of damage on that Pater, unfortunately.
Yeah, Rakuni also cleansing it up, so, you know, that defense break is gone. And Rakuni going to be cleansing Josephine as well, but that does give the Heigang part. But Rakuni with another proc, and Panda-like's team is pretty much at full health.
Yeah, I mean, now chat is starting to look prophetic here, talking about Rakuni taking turns. I believe it was JMac that said every Rakuni proc gets ZEZIM further from Brazil.
It definitely does. That is very well put there, you know. And now the Shiho is caught without any protection, no immunity there. Oliver is able to capitalize on it right away, getting that reset. And now Shiho might be in trouble if this Shiho, once again, if this Shiho drops before ZEZIM is able to take out any unit from Panda-like side, I do believe that is probably going to be game over. Matter of a huge damage.
Look at that, and the proc into a potential stun. Doesn't get anything except for Shiho at like 25% HP.
Yeah, probably doesn't even want the stun, because that stun would give heals from the Seimei passive. Now still going for the provoke, not enough. The revenge still not enough. But then Oliver will be moving and oh no, Velagil proc getting more heals.
Getting even further. Look at this. Now you just dump the skill 3, trying to kill it at every possible moment. Panda-like is trying to do everything he can to get this Shiho out of here. Man, that Seimei, dude, it really makes you dance around things differently. It's funny. You know?
Wow, this Shiho is just tanky enough. In the game earlier, it lived 1 HP. In this game, it lived with 1 HP twice. And is able to get that massive skill 3, taking out the Pater. And ZEZIM might be looking pretty good here.
The fact that the Shiho lived through that onslaught just put ZEZIM a little closer towards victory. Here comes that slight heal as well. No defense break, right? Which that defense break ended up being pretty crucial.
It definitely did, you know. With every Rakuni proc, ZEZIM is further away from Brazil, but with every Velagil proc, ZEZIM is that much closer to Brazil. You know, those Velagil procs getting the heals out. But now Velagil might be dropping here. This game has gone so late, we're 50 up, 50 down.
True that, yeah. And man, it's so funny because, you know, Seimei doesn't always provide the most healing, but she provided the healing that ZEZIM needed there. We saw Shiho take a single turn under provoke, and it got him to a point of safety. That's all he needed.
Yeah, that little bit of healing was enough, but now Shiho goes down, and so do ZEZIM's dreams of making the Brazil Panda-like to take the game 3-1.
Well done to Panda-like. Moving forward to fight ZEZAS, that was ultimately his game to lose. ZEZIM had a nice couple moments in the spotlight, pulling forward. That was a really flashy kill on the Pater from Shiho. But ultimately, Panda-like did have the superior sustain compared to ZEZIM.
He definitely did there, and it showed, ultimately the game went on very late, to where that monkey was so stacked up that it was able to just one-shot obliterate that Pater out of the picture. But even then, it just wasn't enough. The monkey was also extremely squishy at that point, and even though it lived with 1 HP a couple times there, ultimately did drop down there, and Panda-like does take the victory.
Yeah. And look at this. All right, so here are the highlights from the set that we just watched. Here was the showcase of the two monkeys together. The brothers out there fighting the Fire Monkey King and the Water Monkey King together. Unfortunately, this one did not quite line up for ZEZIM.
Yeah, it didn't. He looked really strong at the start here, but that Josephine was such an issue for ZEZIM in all games. The Josephine when Panda-like did so much work, and yeah, this was an incredible 2v3, honestly, from the Water Twin Angels and the Josephine just getting the win.
Yeah. This one was quite surprising. It's like it's just a reminder showing you how powerful that pairing is. Josephine plus anything else that can strip or apply defense break or just, anything else is a super powerful combo. And folks in chat are probably going to have to hear that a lot more today as we move forward. But yeah, she's definitely an MVP for a reason.
Oh, for sure. And here in the game too, we saw ZEZIM take this game too, and this was probably the issue of not having the Josephine on Panda-like side. It was available, it was not pre-banned, and neither player opted to go for the Josephine. And I think if Panda-like, went for that trusted Josephine, he may have been able to take this game too as well.
Here's probably what ended up being, in my opinion, the most interesting game of the whole set, which included the bag and the scroll trap combo. So you get two of that same exile effect. It didn't quite work out for ZEZIM because ultimately Tianlang was a little dependent on the bar that was being received from all those units that are now sealed away, but it was still really fun to watch that combo.
Yeah, it's also unfortunate to see all those resistances on, the scroll. It's just so heartbreaking because all that thing does is, put a monster in the bag or put a monster in the scroll. And if you miss that, it's just like, well, I didn't do anything. Like, what?
Yeah, well, that's it. Now, folks, since we're done with round 1 here on day 3 of the prelims of the lower bracket, we're moving on to round 2, what we'd also call the semifinals anywhere else. So we've got BADOWNEY versus STAYHIVE next. You have many more matches to look forward to in round 2, including the return of such favorites as TRUEWHALE and ZEZAS down the line as we get closer towards those final games, and the 4 qualified players for the America's Cup. So after this, everything is on the line, guys. This is like the big one. It was everybody had that one last chance to move forward. They took it. And make sure that you take your chance at redeeming this coupon. We got a mystical scroll lined up for you. We got some mana to summon it, as well as those SWC emblems that you can spend in the emblem shop that's live in the events page right now, guys. Look at that. That's great.
Yeah, I know all of you have been waiting for that coupon code, and it is here now, so make sure you get that in. Those SWC emblems are quite valuable. We're definitely stocking them up, so make sure to grab those before they're gone.
Yeah, guys, we talked about it before. There's LDs in there, as well as legendary scrolls. And in the game right now, Summoner's War is meeting Tekken 8. The Ultimate Showdown is happening right now on the Sky Island. So log in and enjoy the collab-exclusive Nat 5 Heihachi giveaway event, collab scrolls, and more rewards. We'll be right back with more of Day 3 at the America's Prelims after this short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SWC 2025 America's Prelims, again for day 3, but this time in round 2, the semifinals of the lower bracket, Topa, and we have seen some pretty awesome games so far, dude.
Oh, we definitely have. There have been a lot of close games on, both sides that would have been decided by, one proc or one resist going the other way. But we got the more exciting matches arguably coming up here because these are for the ticket to America's Cup on October 11th.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got Big V Rageki, Ladrio, and Vinny already queued up and qualified for the America's Cup on October 11th in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So we need 4 more people to match up with them in the bracket at the America's Cup. We've got the lower bracket round 2 coming up, starting off with BADOWNEY and STAYHIVE, then with SOULSHUNTER and TRUEWHALE, SAPPYYY and ZEFA, and ultimately PandaLike and ZEZAS. Through all that, we'll find our 4 qualified. And at the very, very end of the day today, we'll do a live bracket drawing to figure out how the America's Cup is going to play out.
Absolutely, yeah, that's also exciting that we get the live bracket revealed, right here, right now, today, so that, everyone at home knows, we know who's going to be fighting who, as well as the players know who their opponents are, so they have a couple months to prepare. But, before we get there, we still got to find out who our other 4 participating players at the America's Cup will be.
Yeah, so BADOWNEY, STAYHIVE. This is a really interesting matchup, and I think you have really strong respect for both of these players, right, Topa?
I definitely do, yeah. BADOWNEY, I fought him last year at America's Cup and was able to defeat him, but I wouldn't be so confident this year in defeating him, as I keep echoing that he has definitely improved a lot. And STAYHIVE was one of my teammates at the summit earlier this year, so, we got to spend some time together, talk some strategy together, and kind of got to see a bit more of into like STAYHIVE's mind, and how that works. So excited to see these two duke it out.
Yeah, so this is the first time that we've seen STAYHIVE since his time on day 1 last week. So what sort of strategies does STAYHIVE like to employ?
He likes to utilize that Ela to like its fullest potential. Ela is a great combination with almost any monster. There's that one nice interaction with Irene that's like very notable, but STAYHIVE really makes that Ela work with almost any unit. Just being able to get those cooldowns back up, especially in this meta where there's so many resets that Ela just doesn't really care about.
Yeah, it's a good point. She's a cool monster. I love seeing her in games because it's like, just interesting combo facilitators are something that I love watching in RTA. All right, folks, here we go. We're in round 2 of the lower bracket. Here's our first match, BADOWNEY versus STAYHIVE.
Yeah, this is 2 players from the America's Cup last year as well. So, one of these players will be making it back to America's Cup for 2 years in a row, and the other's dream will fall just short. And we'll see who takes that spot.
Yeah, who's going back to the America's Cup this year? Let's see on the pre-bans what they value.
Yeah, likely going to see some sort of a, speed fight at the start here, and then STAYHIVE maybe, utilize that Ela. I'm not surprised to see that Ela in the pre-ban as well. So Gianna also taking the pre-ban. We'll likely see BADOWNEY first pick that Oliver, or maybe he favors the She-Ho now.
As a lover of content picks, I'm sad to see her down there. Hopefully she'll get a chance to stand out in round 2. Oliver is taking that first spot. Are we expecting a She-Ho?
I think we are expecting a She-Ho here out of STAYHIVE. Maybe paired with a Okeanos or a Ashore. It's, some sort of a fire threat monster, but then that also opens up the door for Josephine so easily.
Yes, and this is definitely a position that Josephine would love to thrive in. A Fire Megami having that chance to stun on skill 2 with frequent strips as well as She-Ho's hard crowd control on every single skill. This is just the perfect place for Josephine, as we've seen so many times.
Yeah, all it takes is that She-Ho for Josephine to pick. When you put the Fire Megami there as well, Josephine is going to be picked like twice over. But unfortunately, players cannot do that. And then BADOWNEY takes the trusted Okeanos here that performed so well for him in that lower round 1.
Very cool to see the Annabelle draft here alongside that Light Gojo again. We've seen a couple of picks semi like this before earlier today. But how does BADOWNEY want to deal with this?
Yes, they have now bringing, that turn 1 threat a little bit more. Does have that Light Gojo was on Despair, I believe, last week, but it does provide that speed lead alongside that Fire Megami, so it does already have 2 speed leads to BADOWNEY's 1, and STAYHIVE could potentially, look to draft another fast monster in this last pick and take turn 1.
I'm loving the Diana representation today. I mean, with so many strong water units running around, you need a horse to take them down.
Yeah, Diana is that horse that, you know, can definitely take down these fire monsters. I've been, you know, a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more Diana earlier with how popular Shiho has been, but now with the inclusion of this Annabelle as well, I mean, Diana is a slam dunk pick, but it is still susceptible to getting CC'd, and STAYHIVE does have, you know, that counter to Diana in the Tian Lang.
Yeah, and now it's like we've seen this before today, which is so funny. We've seen a draft very similar to this. We've seen the Tian Lang just completely feed off the Diana. That's making me think maybe she actually has a chance to make it through the draft, unless it's the double, you know, the double psych out.
Yeah, the Tian Lang is likely going to be banned out from BADOWNEY. You know, that he's probably comfortable fighting the first 4 picks here. I think STAYHIVE is likely banning out that Shizuka. Yep, as mentioned, just in the off chance that the Tian Lang gets through, you want to have that Diana on the field. And the Shizuka is just so dangerous with Shiho providing invisibility for it. Josephine gained that revenge buff. So, you know, you have to hit something. Not only can you not deal any damage, but they're going to revenge you. And that is a pretty scary combination.
We are off to the races. Shiho takes turn 1. The Light Gojo not too far behind, but if he actually secures this stun, Josephine is going to cut in.
That is a really fast Light Gojo. Yeah, we saw that the Light Gojo would have moved second had, you know, the Josephine passive not been activated here. While BADOWNEY does have a 33 lead compared to STAYHIVE's 28. That's a fast Gojo, Evan.
It's super. Actually, nice provoke and crowd control. Wow, look at this. Oh my god, so much action happened just between the Josephine and the Fire Megami, denying turns, proccing out, stealing the counterattack buff, but staying stunned so he can't make use of it. Comes the Light Gojo to steal some buffs. Now all of a sudden Diana is boosted up to move right after this Josephine is done taking all of the turns that she can.
Oh my goodness, yeah, this Josephine is not stopping. 2 turns, 2 procs, means she has her passive up once again. That was such a huge proc on the turn 1, right? Because we know Gojo, well, at least last week, the Gojo was on despair. Oh my goodness, here she comes again. Oh.
This Josephine won't stop, bro. I swear her passive is up all the time. And Diana has yet to take her next turn.
Okay, but Josephine does indeed stop here finally, though. Not getting the third turn or third proc on the third turn. And now Annabelle is able to get those insane 3-turn heat breaks that even Diana is not able to shake off here.
Yeah, and now Oliver just trying to put some folks on cooldown time. Great job throwing at least 1 on Annabelle so that way she can't cleanse up all the hard work you've been doing.
Yeah, but well done there by Oliver and BADOWNEY, you know, getting those crucial resets. Josephine passive is down, so the reason that Monkey was extremely important as well to prevent it from getting that skill 2 off. Now this Gojo can do some big damage with the skill 2, not getting any stuns, however.
Yeah, and this Diana does have a chance to do huge damage on the Shiho. She actually can secure the kill here when she transforms.
Yeah, has to definitely take that kill there. Diana still looking quite healthy. The STAYHIVE does not have the heal available from the Annabelle, so it's in a little bit of trouble here as the Oliver is going to look to control more attack bars and skills here very soon.
Yeah, so STAYHIVE needs this Light Gojo to pull through. That's a tough thing to ask, but with double resistances like that, it's looking potentially doable.
And another resist coming out of the Mega, but the Josephine's back to her usual business here, getting that violent proc. Not so important as you would have the passive either way, but getting a 2-turn provoke now would be very crucial here, and does land on the Annabelle.
Yeah, and the Light Gojo has a chance here to stun something and give Josephine the turn back. Luckily, STAYHIVE's probably thankful he missed that opportunity. It's very, very hard to find the moment. It is likely not going to happen. It would take an Annabelle skill 3 into a Light Gojo skill 2.
Oh, there comes the Diana with the violent proc as well. Not quite finishing off the Annabelle yet, but the Josephine, you know, has her provoked and does have that revenge buff on top of her. So Diana could just opts to still transform, and the Megumi will cut her, but he is quite protected. Oh my, just holds in the Megumi.
Love that from BADOWNEY. Stellar play. That is actually a really well calculated risk. Just take down the Megumi, and now it's Light Gojo versus the world. Unfortunately, this is not lore accurate Gojo. He cannot do it solo. He cannot not win his way out of this.
Yeah, cannot win that match on his own. You know, we saw the power of that 2-turn provoke from Josephine too. Annabelle actually did get the violent proc there, but due to that 2-turn provoke, she was still provoked by the Josephine and therefore unable to heal and get the team, you know, back in the fight. And BADOWNEY takes the first game there. Another very close game there, Evan.
Yeah, super close. And I've said it before, I love seeing the Diana representation. It's, you know, with so many prominent water picks, you need something like that just running around out there.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a lot of Diana as well in, you know, the China qualifier just last night. And, you know, that day 2 is coming up here later today. But what we're focusing on, the matter at hand here, is BADOWNEY is up 1-0 against STAYHIVE. And STAYHIVE looking to now ban the Joe gun. Maybe take turn 1 against BADOWNEY.
All right, a game with no Oliver. If we can add Josephine to that list, oh, it'd be heaven.
Yeah, I wonder if STAYHIVE is going to take the Water Monkey first pick, just, you know, let BADOWNEY have a field day with the Josephine once again. Goes for the Megumi, which also, you know, makes the Josephine quite a valid pick.
It does. So now, dude, we might see Shiho Josephine if we're in for that kind of match.
Yeah, but if he goes for if BADOWNEY goes for Shiho Josephine here, you know, that is obviously double water, and then maybe STAYHIVE is time to take that Diana and capitalize on that. But BADOWNEY is still going for Sierra Okeanos, even though he does not have his Joe gun available in this match.
Yeah, interesting. That's a big play for not having the facilitator in there. We'll see what he's cooking up, though. I think BADOWNEY's made a lot of fans in chat after those games, especially with going in on the Fire Megami on the Diana. That's a pretty baller play. STAYHIVE wants nothing to do with that in the future, though, and instead taking Diana for himself.
Yeah, as well as the Josephine, you know, not wanting to deal with that. Definitely a solid pick there. There is the reason from Okeanos, but obviously Okeanos loves to stun. And this is what I expected coming out. Not having the Joe gun, that Gianna is like going to make an appearance. And Josephine is quite a good counter in that. And now BADOWNEY taking a monster away from STAYHIVE in that Annabelle.
Yeah, I like seeing folks trading monsters back and forth in the pick ban phase, stealing from each other, making it a little bit harder for them to figure out what they want to do. STAYHIVE bringing the Ella at the end alongside a Layla. That's real cool.
Yeah, that's, you know, we see STAYHIVE's trademark monster right there in the Ella, making it into the draft. And we saw exactly how much of a presence Layla has had already today and how much she can, you know, bring to the table.
It's funny, with monsters with such low cooldowns, aplenty on STAYHIVE's side, Ella could essentially make sure the oh my god, no way! With the return of Diana comes her nemesis, Antares.
Yeah, we've been teleported back in time a few years to the Diana, you know, Antares counter. So, wow, I don't know. I mean, Antares doesn't really compete with his runes with anyone else, but like, who even thinks about picking Antares these days?
When are we? This is crazy, bro. Like, this feels so 2019. This is so 2019 coded.
Wow, and the Antares actually getting the respect. I don't know. I'm quite a Antares non-believer myself, so I don't know if I quite
You're
like
an
that
Antares
band,
hater?
You know, STAYHIVE. I wouldn't say I'm an Antares hater. I'm just an Antares non-believer. You know, I love the monster myself, but I just don't quite believe in him that much. Well, I guess STAYHIVE was comfortable fighting the first 4 monsters, and therefore just decided to just, you know, take out that huge RNG factor in Antares.
Yeah, you're right. I twisted your words. You said non-believer. He's good, but he might not be that most potent. Gianna doing the 1-2 punch of bomb, full stun. Now Diana's in this really awkward spot. She procs, you got to put up the shield because you don't want to accidentally get cut, and then it's a whole thing.
You definitely need to put up that shield because BADOWNEY is looking to get this AoE defense rate into a rain of stones and a Sierra bomb. It's going to be a lot of damage, so you definitely need all the protection you get. But the Megumi gets the violent proc out and now looking to control the Sierra here.
The steal, the stun, oh, look at this, but she procs. Everybody is procking out a stun in this game. Back and forth, we're getting it.
Yeah, we are opting to put the bomb on the Ella here, you know, hopefully preventing the Ella from proccing into a skill here. Looking to stun it with that bomb, as Layla is likely to be on despair and not able to, you know, proc out of that stun.
Now it might be a good time to, he's actually trying to accelerate his way to the kill on the Fire Megami.
Yeah, just, you know, pumping damage from that. Doesn't want to give it that bar. And here's the Ella resist, violent proc resist, and has all skills available.
What is this game? We're seeing all the big swings. We're seeing the stuns out of proc. We're seeing the resists. This is everything I want to see. Dude, this would be what I want to see out of a game 5, but we're getting it in just round 2.
We are. Opting to use the Ella skill 3 on the Layla, giving it the attack fire and once again that burn, but in doing so, he's sacrificing his fire Megumi. I'm not sure if STAYHIVE really has to answer this Okeanos here now.
Yeah, that's going to be a close call. It's hard to get rid of him as well as the Ciara. The Ciara is going to be a constant thorn for STAYHIVE too.
For sure. No, Diana can get a nice transformation, maybe get rid of this Ciara. You know, that Ella's skill 4 did lower the cooldown of time, so she can transform into that skill 2 or some big damage on the Ciara, but it's probably not going to be enough, and Annabelle is there to cleanse.
Let's see it. Let's see the damage from the horse. Going in on Gianna. Wants to transform back, see if she can get a clutch little stun.
Well, that is actually very little damage on that Gianna. That Gianna is likely on a huge minus wind, you know, to counter Sonia's. Does not want to get sniped up by Sonia. We saw that Diana only do 2,000 a hit, which is very little damage. And that Gianna is still extremely healthy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not great progress towards the Dark Oracle's demise. Here comes Layla to just use skill 1.
Doesn't even get the silence there on the animals. Animal can top off the team here, and another bomb is coming down, and BADOWNEY is in a commanding position.
Yeah, this is looking like a big dub for BADOWNEY.
It really is. STAYHIVE now is back against the wall here. BADOWNEY going to be at match point, and likely STAYHIVE will likely not have his Ella available. So what is he going? You know, Diana really didn't work out for me. I think he was drafted a bit too early, and then I guess got hard countered by that Antares pick from BADOWNEY as well.
Oh yeah, and like you pointed out too, once these monsters started falling, the Okeanos didn't really have a clean answer from STAYHIVE's side, and now BADOWNEY is sitting with a 2-0 against STAYHIVE. He just has to do that one more time, and he's qualified for the cup.
Yeah, he is. STAYHIVE has to pull off, you know, the miraculous reverse sweep here if he wants his ticket to America's Cup. And we'll see what the players go for the pre-ban here in round 3, and no surprise, we are back to the LDs.
Back to the round 1 pre-bans from before. Yeah, I didn't really get to feel the impact of Ella on that game. I would have liked to see more of her, but it's like, you know, the monster she was paired with had extremely low cooldowns to begin with too.
Yeah, Ella was a bit awkward there. You know, you do have those heals, but honestly, O'Reilly would have done better than an Ella in that game, I feel like. Right. Just getting more heals and a sustained cleanse, stuff like that. Because, yeah, the Layla just gets in back to her skills extremely fast, and all Diana needs is one violent proc, and she has all skills available. And same with Megumi, right? Only a 2-turn cooldown, so just not much value out of that Ella there.
Very true, dude. There were multiple times where I was thinking O'Reilly's skill 3 would have gone hard there. You know, to cleanse up the bombs that Gianna's putting that aren't getting detonated by Ciara. So it's like stuff like that you really miss. But with all that to say, she's pre-banned now. I wish she wasn't. I wish I got to see her in a lineup like we're seeing right now. But ultimately, BADOWNEY knows what he wants, and he wants that thing out of the game.
Yeah, and BADOWNEY also knows that he wants that Josephine on his side of the field. Josephine has performed so well for him, as well as many other players in today's tournaments. They have likely going to be taking that Annabelle. Yep, we see the combination again for that cleave. That extremely fast light Gojo to set up the AoE buff remover into the Annabelle skill 3 defense break and slow into massive Okeanos damage. And now STAYHIVE still a horse believer. Picks up the Diana once again.
That combo you just outlined, you know, now I'm a believer in that. I think that's really cool. Like the open them up, defense break them, slam into them with Okeanos skill 3, throw rocks at the kids on your lawn. You know, old man Okeanos doing his thing. It's very cool. I love what STAYHIVE's bringing. Let's see what BADOWNEY's going down to the wire to pick a Shiho right here, and nicely done there.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, the Shiho just always seems like such a good monster, but then all of a sudden you're looking at a Diana on the opposing field, so it's like, do I really want a Shiho into a Diana? I guess I do, you know. That almost goes to show that, like, how not impactful Diana was in the last game, and how BADOWNEY really is not scared of this monster. Now we see a Savannah, another blast from the past.
Whoa, that is a really cool choice. It's an alternate AoE def break as well as a strip for Shiho. Like, that is very cool.
I'm on board with this. I like this. Yeah, I like this Savannah. You know, she was also recently buffed in the balance patch. Now when she gets dismounted, instead of losing 15% speed, she actually gains 15% speed, which, you know, is obviously not a big deal, but still, you know, something that might make the difference and, you know, improve her win rate ever so slightly.
Let's see how it pans out here in the desperation attempt from STAYHIVE. The last attempt to stay alive on day 3 here against BADOWNEY.
Shiho taking turn 1 here and likely going to go... Is he going to go on the Savannah or the Okeanos? I think Savannah is probably more detrimental. But BADOWNEY opting to go for the Annabelle.
Instead, going for that AoE defense break and the slow. And it's about now that we're really feeling that lack of AoE strip setup that the Light Gojo was offering.
Yeah, fortunately for STAYHIVE, that is unfortunate for STAYHIVE. Even though the Dyna puts up the shield, the immunity is getting removed and the Savannah is silenced. But yeah, fortunately for STAYHIVE, as I was saying, BADOWNEY is moving here in front, so he will drop his immunities. But also that means that STAYHIVE is getting fully controlled.
Yeah, this reverse control swing is crazy for BADOWNEY. Like, all of a sudden, what STAYHIVE wanted to do has been dismantled, and BADOWNEY has forced it upon his opponent here.
Yeah, Savannah getting a nice Violent Proc, not getting the slow on the Oliver, however. Diana might be able to get a stun on it to, you know, stop it from getting those increased cooltimes down. Has to stun this Oliver here, and does get the stun.
The stun into the Josephine first skill for some extra crit damage, and a stun. This is a powerful lead for BADOWNEY.
Yeah, just smacks that horse. You know, the horse stuns the Oliver, but Josephine is right there to smack that horse right back down, even getting the Violent Proc, stunning the Savannah, getting the Violent Proc, killing the Diana. And this also goes to show that I wasn't really a fan of the Diana pick into an Ashore. We saw how quick work of the Diana that Ashore made, but Savannah getting a Violent Proc, maybe getting STAYHIVE back in the game.
Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We might... Oh,
it's not enough.
Oh, no.
Oh?
Not great results. Oh, that's so unfortunate. There wasn't even a glancing in play or anything. That's so unfortunate for her skill 3.
Yeah, the skill 3, you had to be... The skill 3 has a couple of conditions on Savannah. In order to push back the attack bar, you had to be faster than the enemy. And I wonder, since STAYHIVE had no speed lead, even with the speed buff, that Savannah might be slower than the Shiho, and therefore is unable to push it back. And in order to get the defense break, you had to have higher attack than the opponent's defense, which, I mean, is kind of irrelevant in this position, as he's really just looking for that, you know, that pushback is a big part there. But now, the Annabelle goes down, and BADOWNEY is looking to take a convincing 3-0 victory and book his ticket to the America's Cup.
Yeah, so Savannah famously stat hungry. I was a believer. I thought that the speed buff would be enough to at least clear that condition, but it looks like BADOWNEY has successfully played that Uno reverse card and controlled his way to a 3-0.
Yeah, there it is. Okeanos drops that by skill 3, and STAYHIVE concedes. BADOWNEY taking the convincing 3-0 victory there. But very well done.
So well played from BADOWNEY, and just like that, he is qualified for the Cup. He's going to Brazil with a 3-0 to do it as well. Incredible day for BADOWNEY.
Absolutely, yeah. Coming, you know, all the way from the bottom of the round 1 of the lower bracket here, to making that comeback. And, you know, if there was anyone that could have done it today, I think BADOWNEY was definitely, you know, my favorite for doing so. But I mean, we still have, you know, 3 other matches that, you know, could potentially see another player come all the way from the lower round 1 to the America's Cup. But there we see BADOWNEY joining the other 4 players at America's Cup.
Congratulations to BADOWNEY, and thank you for the games. Thank you for participating, STAYHIVE. It was a pleasure to watch your games as well. He put up a good fight. That was really cool, and I was so hopeful there at the end, because there was a moment where I thought, like, oh, we might still see the combo, actually. We might get the Savannah skill 3 into, like, Annabelle into Okeanos. Like, there was room for some big plays. Unfortunately, didn't work out that way.
Yeah, there was definitely a window of opportunity there, but, you know, it closed real fast once that Shiho got another skill 3 off and kind of sealed the deal here. And, you know, BADOWNEY utilized that Dyna super well in this game 1, and then STAYHIVE almost, you know, I guess preparing the Dyna himself, and, you know, just seeing that I can use Dyna too, but it just wasn't to the effect that BADOWNEY did.
Yeah, it was a good try. It was a good try, and well done. Well done from BADOWNEY. It was very stellar, showing the power of Josephine yet again in that game. Oh, the Antares. Who could forget the Antares pick, dude?
Yeah, the Antares pick, you know, it got the respect from STAYHIVE. That's all it needed. Just the presence in the draft was enough for BADOWNEY to take a very convincing, you know, round 2 victory here. Even though that Ella did get that nice proc into the resist, you know, it just wasn't enough for STAYHIVE to come back. All of these units don't really have that many skill cooldowns to take advantage of the Ella.
Yeah, and honestly, dude, again, credit to you, because, you know, you called it. As soon as you saw BADOWNEY take the loss earlier in the prelims, you said, I think BADOWNEY can make it. He can climb all the way up through the lower bracket and qualify for the cup. And that's exactly what we just saw.
Yeah, we did, and we saw this insane Bayek performance in this game 3 as well, getting the strip on the immunity as well as the silence on that Savannah turn 1, as well as the violent proc to almost just delete the Dyna from the match. And what a stellar performance even there, you know, right at the end of the highlight, another violent proc coming out of the Bayek, and it's definitely the MVP of that game 3 there for BADOWNEY.
For sure. Chat's making me laugh right now. They got the good puns coming out with the names right now between STAYHIVE and BADOWNEY. People saying he's not bad, Downey. He's great, Downey. Are you kidding me? Clearly, because he qualified. It's such a great job. And can you believe it? That was only the first matchup in round 2 of the lower bracket. So we still have 3 more sets to watch. It's going to be spectacular going ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got some banger matches coming up here. You know, following that, we have SOULSHUNTER, one of our Brazilian representatives, looking to get that home court advantage. But to get there, he has to go through probably the gatekeeper of the lower bracket here in TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, we were joking about that. TRUEWHALE is the arbiter of the Americas Cup down here in day 3. This is definitely the one of the hardest asks in all of the Americas prelims, is to take down TRUEWHALE. So SOULSHUNTER, going into this, he did come out of a 3-0 against ORKUT, so he's probably feeling good. Now the key here, Topa, is just don't get too in your head.
Yeah, definitely. You know, gotta stay locked in, stay focused on your game, and see SOULSHUNTER's profile here. You know, utilize those monsters that you have. The Angela, not in the most picked, but actually the most banned. So he definitely loves that monster a lot.
Yeah, and of course, the man who needs no introduction, the one whose SWC career practically needs another stanza, it's TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, that is just such an insane career. Back-to-back America's Cup winner, right? Like, cannot emphasize that enough. It's just such a shock to, you know, me and probably many other players seeing him down here in the lower bracket. But, you know, he's still in the competition, right? Still looking to make that 3 America's Cup championships in a row.
And just like that, we are in it. Match 2, TRUEWHALE versus SOULSHUNTER. Let's see who advances to the America's Cup and who goes home.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE with the first pick here, but first we got the pre-bans coming out, and we see the Light Gojo as well as that Zeratul. Yeah, TRUEWHALE has been leading on that Zeratul quite a bit, but we also saw TRUEWHALE pick 6 different drafts last week.
He did. He brought a different pick ban phase. Every time you think that you're adapting to the last one, he's already changed it. He's not even trying to pick those monsters anymore. We're seeing very similar picks that we've seen earlier. As often happens when TRUEWHALE loses the Zeratul, he normally pivots to this Oliver focus comp, and he's bringing a real treat with an AoE strip from Jogun into the Dark Monkey King skill 3.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more textbook opening here with that Oliver, and then responded by the Megami Shiho. But you know what? TRUEWHALE does not pick up a Josephine. I don't see a Josephine on TRUEWHALE's side yet. And instead he opts for the last 2 picks of these 2 anti-stun monsters that do have some great solo potential.
And how refreshing is that, Topa? No Josephine to hate on here. I'm sure Jug is feeling very safe.
Yeah, everyone is safe from those Josephine violent procs back in the passive. And SOULSHUNTER drafting very fast, you know, picking up that CR last pick, going with that huge bomb damage to take out these unstunnable monsters.
Yeah, it's like, this is pretty wild. SOULSHUNTER going up against repeat America's Cup champ TRUEWHALE. If he can get a point off of him here, that's going to be huge. Even 1 win is gigantic.
He's looking pretty good here. I think I do favor SOULSHUNTER's draft here, you know, getting that jump with that Shiho as well, getting the stun on the Jogun. And now the Monkey has a pretty off return here. Like, who do you even want to boost up anyone? Goes for the, and steals the immunity off the Okeanos, trying try and keep himself a little bit protected, but Megumi is able to... Oh my goodness. What is it with these dark monkeys? What?
The double res. You know, I saw the vision in boosting up the Okeanos ahead of the Heigang, so that way Heigang doesn't get the AoE. But Fire Megami was able to open up almost everybody. Here comes the Dark Clouds. Big skill 3, but not max efficiency. It's not on the whole team. Like I said earlier, we have yet to see that skill happen and the user of it not win the game. Usually people win after that, but let's see if 2 out of 4 is enough.
Yeah, we'll see. Fire Monkey getting a nice violent proc. There's Monkey is also getting stacked up. We can see he already outpaces the Shiho, but Jogan missing there, but still getting the attack buff. And here comes a big Monkey skill 2, probably taking out the Okeanos.
Boom, attack buffed Monkey. Let's see it again.
Oh. And a very nice stun on that Shiho, just controlling it. This is a very squishy Shiho too. That is going to be going down. And TRUEWHALE still taking a convincing round 1 victory.
And Sun Zhang Lao keeping that W treatment. You know, every time he uses skill 3, it brings the end.
Yeah, we could almost say that skill 3 description could be rewritten to win the game.
Yeah.
That skill, since the buff does so much clearly, that even just getting, I mean, obviously that wasn't really the game-winning play, controlling those 2 monsters there. That Fire Monkey getting that nice violent proc and capitalizing on that damage was, you know, what ultimately got the win for TRUEWHALE there.
Very true. All right, next game. This time, Josephine is being pre-banned, even though she didn't make an appearance, which says that TRUEWHALE is likely trying to bring some more hard crowd control.
Yeah, his Gianna is pre-banned here, but we saw TRUEWHALE do this in day 1 as, not day 2. Either day, whatever day he played, we saw him actually pre-ban Josephine too. You know, he doesn't want to deal with that RNG factor. If Josephine procs every time you activate that passive, it's near impossible to deal with that monster, especially when, you know, SOULSHUNTER now takes away that Oliver.
And here comes the light Gojo pick from SOULSHUNTER that he loves so much, with the Heigang as well. Having the lack of Josephine here, he's really going to feel it, so he needs something to try to shake off all these stuns that are potentially going to come out from the Shiho.
Definitely, yeah. TRUEWHALE going very free to play here. That is a lot of RGB monsters that I'm seeing on the screen right now. Going for Sekhmet and the Wind Twins. You know, these monsters haven't seen so much play recently, but I do quite like the Sekhmet reset potential here, as it doesn't care so much about Heigang.
Yeah, that's a good observation. It's funny, yeah, I have all the monsters here except Light Gojo. So, you know, yeah, like you said, it's a very free-to-play draft.
Yeah, SOULSHUNTER now taking a page out of TRUEWHALE's book here, picking that Fire Monkey as well as, you know, Juno. It's not quite as strong of a solo monster as the Light Pumpkin, but then opts against it and goes for the Rakuni for a little bit more team play, you know, sustaining the team and being able to boost up a monster with that skill too.
I really like picking the high pressure LD towards the end like that, when you know you don't have to fight for it. And then he bans out the Juno and not the Heigang, because he knew that Zeratul was going to get banned anyway.
Yeah, very well banned from TRUEWHALE. That Juno would have been a big problem for him. But now TRUEWHALE double outspeeding here, so can just not trigger the Heigang passive with the Monkey, and now getting a nice reset on the Oliver. This segment working, unlike the one we saw earlier today.
Yeah, oh man, and dodging an effective Oliver proc. He's got all his cooldowns. Light Gojo's able to effectively remove the immunity off the enemy team, except for the Ciara and the Wind Twins. Oh, Heigang misses on the Wind Twins.
Very awkward use of skills by SOULSHUNTER here, you know, going for both buff removers before the Wind Twins get the immunity up. So now you're stuck here with no buff removing options. You just have the cleanse coming out of the Light Gojo. The Ciara may opt to just use skill 1 here to keep that immunity as well.
Instead, wants to cycle, do some damage, get that Oliver closer to killed. The Rakuni is now going to shift to cleansing the Oliver, since he's the lowest HP ratio. This is going to give SOULSHUNTER a moment here. Oh no!
Oh my goodness, what is with these Olivers? Just double resisting on a Ciara? Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Ciara have more than 22% resistance, and that Oliver just not landing, and now his Oliver's looking kind of low.
Oh, I felt that one in my soul, Toko. That's crazy. Poor SOULSHUNTER. And now he still has a chance here. He's not out. Misses the opportunity to stun. Didn't activate on the Ciara. Another resist, but just on the attack bar absorption here.
What is going on? Is TRUEWHALE cooking up some 100 resistance Sierra, SOULSHUNTER playing with a no accuracy Oliver. I mean, that is obviously very unlikely the case, but either way, the Oliver does drop Sierra, gets a nice violent proc, cycling back into her skills, and TRUEWHALE, with a little bit of a good fortune there, takes the game too.
That Oliver couldn't catch a break, dude. He was paying for the sins of all the other Olivers that have been picked, you know, and torn up a game. He was having to pay the price for that. Getting resisted when you need it the most, that was brutal, because that could have been a strong moment for SOULSHUNTER to kind of pull forward and get a point on the board. But unfortunately, there we go. And TRUEWHALE now at match point.
Yeah, match point. SOULSHUNTER has to pull off a miracle here, you know, to make this comeback here. Coming out of a 2-0 deficit is hard enough on its own, but then when you're staring down at a TRUEWHALE, that is, I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, I can't think of a reverse sweep against TRUEWHALE ever happening, especially once he starts feeling comfortable. Slams down the Oliver on this side. Now, Light Gojo and Shiho on SOULSHUNTER. Here comes the Sekhmet from TRUEWHALE. It's actually a performing Sekhmet as well, and the Dark Monkey King from round 1.
Yeah, that Dark Monkey King is back in the draft, and you know, SOULSHUNTER better be aware of that, because that skill 3 says win the game. But TRUEWHALE instead opts to go for that Gianna, and now SOULSHUNTER does have the answer in the patter, although the Heigang isn't the pre-ban.
Yeah, it's still a good answer. And then a Sonya and Ciara for pressure. The last pick, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He really wants to just end this game real fast, I guess. That is very much TRUEWHALE style, you know. He doesn't really want to mess around in spots like this, you know. He just... When he has the advantages, wants to push that advantage, make his opponent even more uncomfortable, just capitalize. But SOULSHUNTER is not backing down, picks up an F now, you know, for that, to match that speed.
Feeling confident that he can contest. I mean, he does have 2 like fast units, but so does TRUEWHALE, and both of them are really, you know, this is going to be decided by turn 1. Let's say that.
I do like SOULSHUNTER's position here, because he can ban out the Sonya here. Or doesn't ban out the Sonya, okay. That is questionable, because now you might be getting outsped and losing your Shiho turn 1. I was going to say, you can ban out the Sonya, you're going to outspeed the Sekhmet, you stun the Sekhmet, and then you're kind of protected with the patter against the Gianna. And then there's no buff remover for the Sierra and the Oliver to go off of. But now the Sonya takes turn 1, and we'll see, is it enough to take out this monkey?
This is what we were worried about. 29k is enough to take down the Shiho.
It is enough there, and now this is even awkward, because using the Light Gojo to push back the Gianna. Now your pattern moves in front of the Gianna. What are we doing here? Now pattern is a very awkward turn. You can't really transform, then you just get stunned. But then you also kind of need to put up the immunity, otherwise you're going to get bombed. But it does get the fortunate stun on the Sierra, so not going to be detonated on.
Yeah, it's like you said, the Sonya was a real big, you know, threat in the pick ban phase. I thought she was going to catch the ban for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, SOULSHUNTER may be a little bit rattled, you know, being at this much of a deficit here, but it does get a nice violent proc out of the Fire Megumi there. Maybe, you know, controlling the Sierra, maybe keeping him in the game.
There's the cleanse from the Light Gojo too. Yeah, and I think you make a good point about getting the rattling. You know, that's a real thing that can happen. For sure, it's tough playing in a situation like this. Goes for the stun. Unfortunately, glances, bringing that Sonya one step closer towards having that skill back online.
Yeah, Sonya does have skill 2 available next turn, and that is probably going to be another dead monster. Doesn't get the attack rate there, so not able to stop that. And Sonya is moving next.
It looks like we might get one more ignore defense before the end of the game. Missing the attack rate hurt too, because now that means that she could potentially throw this out on the Pater.
Yeah, this is definitely going on the Pater, and that is going to be enough to take down the Pater, and that is going to be GG's, I do believe. I don't see a world in which a 20% HP Megumi takes the victory, and TRUEWHALE, you know, he wanted to make a statement there, I guess, and 3-0, he is going to Brazil.
Oh, big time. He's going back. He's trying for the three-peat. He wants to try again to get that 3rd in a row America's Cup champion title. And he's going in a big way now with a 3-0. What a splashy way to qualify amongst BADOWNEY, Vinny, Ladrio, Raigeki, and Big V.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong performance. That is exactly what we expect out of TRUEWHALE there, Very, very clean drafting. Now, I think, SOULSHUNTER definitely had something going on there, but I think he kind of fumbled a little bit in the draft. Maybe in the game 3, I think he bans Sonya. He's looking pretty solid. And in game 2, if he holds off one of his AoE buff removers there after that Twin Angel, puts up that immunity, I think he's definitely in a lot better of a position. But ultimately, TRUEWHALE is proving to be too difficult of a challenge here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was really just the third round that I felt like maybe he fell a little bit short. It's like in the other rounds, I saw the vision, saw what he was going for, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. And the third round, though, how you explained like the rattling, it takes a toll playing in a stage, even a virtual stage. It's hard with so much on the line, and against TRUEWHALE nonetheless too. Like, he did a great job trying to do what he could up against that. Plus, it didn't help that he did have that unfortunate game. I think we're watching that unfortunate game where Oliver double resisted up against the Ciara.
Yeah, and even in the game 1, SOULSHUNTER did get a bit unlucky with that monkey, not getting reset. And, then we saw the Dark Monkey skill 3 description, which I guess, should be changed to that win the game. Because, again, that skill 3 should not have gone off had the Okeanos landed the reset there. And we would have had a whole different game in our hands there.
Yeah, you make a good point. And just like that, so TRUEWHALE is now qualified with a 3-0. He's going back to America's Cup. He wants that title. Great job from SOULSHUNTER to make it this far, too. I'm glad that we got to see him play some more before he ultimately went home. We have 2 more slots left for the America's Cup, guys. This is the last 2 games in the bottom brackets. Round 2, SAPPYYY versus ZEFA is coming up next. And then we got Panda-like versus ZEZAS. And after all is said and done and we have our 8, we're going to do a live bracket drawing for the America's Cup on October 11th. So SAPPYYY versus ZEFA coming up here. Who do you got in this one, Topa? Do you have a leaning in either direction?
I think I'm going to go for the underdog story here. I think I'm going to go for SAPPYYY. He definitely put up a very nice showing in that first game against TUANTUAN there of the day. But, TUANTUAN is arguably quite easy to counter, since it does have that glaring weakness of no will runes. And ZEFA, man with a long career here as well, Evan.
He does, yes. He's made it frequently to America's Cup. And he's been in the naturally, that means he's excelled in the prelims prior to that. And so this year, he wants to make it to the Cup again and break that record that he's set for himself so far. He did a good showing in the tournament run, but so has SAPPYYY. And if there's one thing we've learned about SAPPYYY during his SWC debut, it's that he can find and exploit a weakness. So I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup here, Topa.
It definitely is, because ZEFA also does have... He has been, playing somewhat meta, but he has a lot of LDs available. And ZEFA can definitely mix it up, in these pre-bans as well. We saw some disrespect pre-bans coming out of ZEFA on the first day that he played. And now we see a Zenisek. He's all business here so far, at least.
That's for all work and no play right now. He is playing to win, as it were. We got the Fire Megami coming up here. I imagine a Shiho. It's like clockwork, chat.
It really is. Do we see the Josephine, or is SAPPYYY just going to, go for this turn one advantage? Nope, he goes for the Josephine. We saw how well TRUEWHALE did not go for the Josephine as an answer to these first 2 picks, so SAPPYYY still just going back to that comfortable, soothing, annoying, proccing Josephine.
Yeah, that's she has been annoying to chat, especially, and I'm sure the players as well in SWC. As these picks and bans line up, chat, speaking of which, I'd love to know who you got in this game. Are you rooting for SAPPYYY? Are you rooting for ZEFA? Let us know right now.
I think we know who's going to win this game now. I see a Dark Monkey on one side of the field here, so naturally, ZEFA has won the game here. But SAPPYYY, very, very nice last 2 picks there, the Aya and the Seimei. It might seem a little anti-synergistic to go with Aya and Seimei, as Seimei makes all those debuffs be 1 turn. But it's actually a really nice combination, because that keeps your Aya topped off, If you get defense broken on this Aya, she's looking to go down very fast. But, if she takes that turn real fast after getting the bar from getting debuff, and then it is able to get out of that defense break, not only does she, heal back to full after that. Super nice combination there.
That's a really good note. It was an apt ban from that side too. Sun Jung Lao made it through. I just saw that Nikki caught the ban there. I was looking over at chat for a second there. What's up, chat? What's up, guys? Look at this. The stun comes out from Fire Megami, locks down the Oliver as well as the Asher, and here comes Layla to do some work.
Yeah, the Zonzhang Lao is in the draft, but you know, this Seimei might actually be the answer to Zonzhang Lao. But Zonzhang Lao actually gets a very good turn here, you know. Sappy just moved out of the stuns, and now the Dark Monkey reapplies that right away. And I'm not sure if ZEFA has enough damage to capitalize on these defense breaks. There are only one turn, and Seimei is going to be putting out some big heals.
Dude, if he loses from this position, it will be devastating because that's going to break the Dark Monkey King's win rate in the SWC Americas prelims. Josephine procs out to get some incidental damage on the Shiho, but it's not quite enough to do anything. Seimei heals everyone.
Yeah, look at that. Just like that, Bike is back to full HP, but he's broken once again, and Monkey is looking to capitalize on that. Not quite getting the kill, and Josephine passive activates once again. Looking to get this done on this Layla most likely here, and gets control, and there it is. The
No. The dreaded Josephine proc. She can do whatever she wants. She opts to try for a skill 2, gets unrewarded, and instead just feeds Megami some attack bar.
Yeah, but Megami going for another skill, so Josephine passive is back. Here we go again. Can she get that additional
And
turn once
back.
again to get that passive?
Yeah, unbelievable how much she's moved in just the last, like, 30 seconds. That is crazy. Also, you know, the Seimei heal earlier was pretty... That was a great showing for Seimei. We've seen not great showings for her so far. I think that was a perfect one.
Yeah, now getting the Soul Protector as well, making it very awkward for ZEFA here, because now he doesn't want to kill the Bayek here. Because if he does, it's going to come back and not going to be stunned with near full attack, able to use the skill 3. But in not killing the Bayek, now he gets healed from the Seimei passive and is already back up to half health. That Seimei pick is just proving so crucial.
It's that rock in a hard place, dude. It's like, you know, which one do you want? And ultimately, he made the right call. This is decidedly better, but still, look at this. The Asher is alive. Josephine's back to her old ways. She has the opportunity to proc out of this too.
Yeah, Josephine just right back to, you know, getting that passive, getting that shield, just protecting the team. But Oliver did miss a reset there earlier, so doesn't have the reset available now. And now the Layla is dropping that control down, controlling the Josephine as well as the rest of the team.
Yes, is it control or is it a bunch of healing for Sappy? Only time will tell.
Yeah, it's looking like the latter right now, because that fight is going to be taking a turn. It's going to be getting a massive... Oh my goodness, that heal looks nasty.
Dude, oh, poor ZEFA. I would hate to be in this position, dude. Like, everything you throw out only makes your opponent's position better. Now, with that said, Asher does have a defense break on, and that is the most crucial part of this strategy here. He can reduce the attack bar and stun with Megami. That proc is actually going to make it so that Layla can just secure the kill.
Yeah, ZEFA, you know, even though he's been fighting through the Seimei this entire day, he's making it work. You know, does have enough damage with all these consistent defense breaks, as well as the slow is just so strong, providing ZEFA with a huge turn advantage.
You know, credit where it's due to, like, that's the first time I think we've seen a second skill 3 from the Dark Monkey King in this tournament run. So Sappy has found a way to live through it, even if it doesn't end up working out for him in the long run. We'll have to see. But that, you know, still credit.
Yeah, that monkey skill still says win the game. And that's looking to be the case here, as, you know, ZEFA lands that defense break on the Seimei, and now, Oliver getting a clutch violent proc. Maybe has something to say about this.
Yeah, this is why we don't scoop, right? Especially with Josephine here, too, with all that auto-critic skill 1 damage coming out of this. Let's see. There goes the passive activation. Can work on... I think you still just got to work on the Shiho here, am I wrong? Unless you want to keep the stunning source around.
I think you'd probably go in the... I would have gone on the Layla there, as the Layla... Actually, does it move in front of the Oliver? Yeah, it does. It moves in front of the Oliver, so it's going to be silencing your Oliver, which is going to be quite annoying. Doesn't get the silence. Does get the glancing, which is almost as good, but now the Shiho drops, and you know what? Sappy, I think, actually does take this game in the end.
Yeah. You know, we've been in this position before, right? Every time, you know, I think it's over, and then there's a Josephine still in play, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think the Josephine actually might have this in the long run.
Yeah, that Seimei keeping the team alive just long enough, and now, yeah, the Josephine passive is just proving to be too annoying. Back up once again, and yeah, ultimately game went on too long. ZEFA was not able to kill quite enough monsters in time. Wow.
Yeah, I like what you said there. The longer this game went on, the worse it was for ZEFA, right?
Yeah, it definitely was. As Josephine, you know, just didn't get control. We are 60 up, 60 down, and now that Bayek comes back with a skill 3, healing up the Josephine and deleting this Dark Monk. Never mind, not doing the Dark Monkey because it doesn't get Ethan's break until late, but game is still over. Sappy does take game for sure. Wow.
The Josephine showcase at the end gets Sappy 1-0, breaking the Dark Monkey King's record, by the way, shattering it in the face of adversity, gets a point on the board, just needs to do it 2 more times up against ZEFA. That was crazy, Topa.
Yeah, what an insane match. You know, I started that game really favoring Sappy's draft. I thought that, you know, the Josephine Seimei combination would have been enough to get the win for him there. And then it looked really bad at some point in the middle there. And ZEFA, you know, just getting that slow debuff from late, like getting those consistent debuffs and having the massive turn advantage, able to take down the Bayek there. And, you know, looked really good for ZEFA. And then all of a sudden, just Josephine comes back. It's like, I'm still here. You know, game's not lost. And then just comes back and takes the victory from behind.
Yeah, turns out, like, yeah, the Josephine plus that Seimei was a really strong combo. Yeah, like seriously, that Seimei got so much healing from the Layla, from the Dark Monkey King, you know, and it's like, and also limiting the amount of time that the debuffs were effective. That was a stellar deployment of that LT5.
Yeah, ZEFA definitely noticing that as well, and, you know, just puts that Seimei right in the pre-ban, right where she belongs, I guess, after that performance. And now opening up with the Oliver, you know, getting that control. And Sappy now taking ZEFA's first 2 picks away from him in that Fire Megumi and the Shihopa. We see the very well-known Josephine.
Yeah, and also a well-picked Tian Lang here. Like, the Fire Megumi on his own is enough to fuel that monster. So this is a well-placed TL.
Yeah, it really is that Megumi. You know, you hit any other monster than Megumi, you're going to be getting attack bar for your Tianlang. But it does make it a bit awkward for your Oliver, as the Oliver now cannot cycle as effectively as he normally would.
So true. So now we got ZEFA's last 2 picks. He's hoping these are going to be the last 2 picks that are going to get him a point against Sappy here. And a Mi Ying pick. I know Jeff is happy about that for sure. Mi Ying out here for the first time today.
Yeah, those are looking like pretty good picks. You know, we have that Hey Gang to counter the Gianna, do have the Josephine to apply those buffs, and Mi Ying also great counter against this CC, you know, able to randomly cleanse up the opponents as well as, you know, not being able to get stunned himself. So that is going to be taking the ban, and ZEFA realized that he doesn't have a whole lot of damage when his Mi Ying gets banned out, so just bans out that last pick from Sappy.
Nice, let's see if this is enough. Let's see if the Josephine favors this side or if she'll fall to Sappy again. Here in round 2, now there's nothing for Oliver to do, so he's just going to slam into the Fire Megami to not activate the passive.
Yeah, we see, you know, this once again, players are able to utilize this Water Monkey to somewhat counter the Hey Gang plus a non-buff removing monster combination. You just hit that one monster that doesn't remove any buffs, and then they have a dead turn, and you kind of capitalize on that. And now ZEFA getting some control with that Josephine 2-turn provoke onto the Bayek.
Oh yeah, getting everything he wants to, including the Despair Stun on the Monkey, which is real cool.
Yeah, also it does have the shields here, so now this Megumi is going to be feeding attack bar the ZEFA side. You know, it removes a buff every single turn, and that's just going to be Hey Gang getting a lot of bar to the team.
Yes, sir. Now we get the push, we get the skill 1 with the additionals, and you're seeing Tian Lang just get some incidental bar from Megumi.
It's always nice to see there. Josephine getting that counter onto the defense break. Now you're out of buffs. Do you use Gianna's skill 3 here? He goes for it. Does not connect the stun on the Hey Gang, and obviously Josephine passive is ready to pick the ZEFA's team back up here a little bit.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, Sappy's looking low. He's lost a monster. There are 2 bombs, though, to keep your eye on here. And everybody is still up, including the Oliver, whose shield helped him tank that bomb.
Yeah, definitely did. This, you know, this Josephine once again is just proving to be the undefeatable monster here, you know. Even getting the extra turn from the bomb from that Gianna left lingering there. Just able to get a turn when, you know, Sappy's team isn't even moving. That passive once again, passive is up again, and this Josephine does a lot of damage, Evan.
It does, yeah. She's really cooking with the crit damage from that auto crit on skill 1, and like you said, dude, like she's thankful for the bombs because that means she gets turns, which is crazy, and that's how ZEFA got the point up against Sappy. Now we're even 1-1.
Yeah, the Josephine proving to be, you know, the winning factor for both sides here. Now it's going to be interesting to see how the players adapt around the Josephine, or are they actually going to start first picking the Josephine?
or pre-banning it. I don't know if they want to pre-ban a Josephine, to be honest, but like, dude, could be worth it.
Yeah, it could be. You know, it's always awkward to pre-ban the Josephine because then, you know, your opponent is kind of free to go with the CC team of their own as well, right? So it's like you ban Josephine, then you gotta make sure that you can get the jump on the CC stuff. So maybe Sappy could have pre-banned here and go for the Shiho first pick, but now he's probably going to go for the Oliver.
Yeah, I love what you said, because ultimately banning the Josephine is banning an answer for yourself. Especially, you know, might not be a great idea now that I think about it, especially because there's more pertinent bans like that Mi Ying and the Zenisec down there. Sappy gets the hold of the Josephine first, and now ZEFA gets the chance to answer back.
Yeah, so far we're seeing just the run back of draft 1. That's exactly what they picked. So we'll see how ZEFA changes draft to not leave himself so open that Seimei as well as the Aya that Sappy was able to pick up last time. Whoa.
Oh, the Dark Twin Angels. The Dark Twin Angels don't see a ton of play.
Yeah, they don't. They're definitely, well, by far the weakest Twin Angels, I do believe in. But, you know, ZEFA is kind of known for his, you know, cooking of these underutilized LB5s, and definitely excited to see what he does with this monster. He does have a 3-turn defense break, as well as it has a fill up a ally monster attack bar, as well as cleanse them. So that might be utilized to set up some nice combos of maybe the Dark Monkey skill 2, and then boosting it back up, and then skill 3 of Dark Monkey.
That is really cool, but yeah, it is widely considered to be the weakest of the group, and you know the owners of it will tell you that. But I'm excited to see if ZEFA can use it to great effect here. Shiho is going to take turn 1.
He will. Josephine is going to revenge here. That's giving the Megumi attack bar, so Megumi is looking to move next here. But there are now immunities as well as the shield, so yeah, Megumi not able to get the buff to move on the immunity.
Oh, that is a bummer. And also, yeah, the Dark Twins don't go ahead, so they aren't able to cleanse up the Dark Monkey and give him a turn back. They have just a first hit, or first skill turn ahead of them.
Yeah, not much value there, but the Shiho is primed and ready for a skill 2 stun. Josephine did not buy them proc, so Shiho could lock her down here as well. And it is more of an all skill this time.
Oh, gets the stun, investing in his future, controlling it. Unfortunately, Okeano shakes it off and throws down the stones.
Yeah, not getting much with the stones. Only 2 stuns, and then Megumi just, you know, proc out of that stun right away as well. Josephine passive still not available.
And here comes another turn with just that first skill, giving a little bit of bar to Shiho, and now he can try to go in on the Asher if he wants. He's getting pretty close to death. He might be able to get it close.
Yeah, this Asher hat. Oh, I think this might be enough to take down the Asher. It is not. Can he proc? He cannot proc. Unfortunate there for Sappy, you know, getting procced on by the Dark Monkey and not answering back. And now the Dark Twins also getting a violent proc, getting immunity back up. Not going for the immunity, just going for the bar.
Yeah.
Josephine passive is there to cut in, and oh god, here we go. Josephine's back.
I'm surprised he went for the stun. I thought he was just going to like play it safe there and let the Dark Monkey King do his thing.
Yeah, definitely would have gone for the immunity with this Dark Twins, but Sappy not respecting the Dark Twins. They're going to be able to get the immunity up as well as that 3-turn defense break, and here comes the win the game skill, Dark Monkey skill.
Yes. Now he gets everything he wants here. The cleanse block goes on Josephine, so she can only remove that. So the passive is down. All or nothing comes out, stunning up almost everybody. And now ZEFA is in control.
He definitely is. Josephine gets a proc out, but still doesn't have her passive. As you know, that cleanse block made it so that she didn't get that initial turn. Sappy still has a slight chance here. It is looking quite grim for him.
Yeah, it is. He needs to... Yeah, he needs to take advantage of this moment while all skills are basically offline. And Oliver is going to be a major point here.
Yeah, Oliver could still control it here. Get the attack bar off the Dark Monkey here now. Then Josephine gets a stun on the Megumi here. The Okeanos might be able to get back into the skill throw. Oh, but the Megumi cuts actually. The attack bar is just too much.
Yeah, that was the tough choice, right? Feeds in, gets the crit, and unfortunately takes down the Okeanos. Sappy is not looking great. He still has the Josephine though, so he's not scooping. He provokes the Shiho.
Stuns the Megumi. Yeah, it is still definitely possible here. The Monkey could quite unfortunate for Sappy there not getting stunned by the Shiho. Definitely would have liked to get that shield off, but this Oliver is doing some nice damage. Definitely keeping these Dark Monsters under control. Maybe he gets the bottom proc. Does go for the stun, but that gives the Josephine the turn and the shield.
Yeah, it's such a tough call to make, isn't it, right? Because you want to stun the Oliver so you get your turns, but then it gives Josephine a turn right there.
Yeah, now the Dark Twins are not fast enough to move here. So, dude, this Josephine might still take the game away here. This is crazy. And the Oliver.
Not again. Not again. Look at this, dude. Oh, no, the control plus the Josie is too much.
How does she do it? How does she do it, Evan? I don't understand. How does Josephine actually make this work? I honestly don't understand. Wait, but Megumi might still win it. Oh, not getting stunned.
Wait.
That's a lot of damage.
Wait. Hold on, chat. Hold on a minute. He takes her down. He takes it down.
Revenge.
It's Megumi versus Oliver.
The crit.
And he takes it. Oh, ZEFA with the point. The Megumi against all odds takes down Josephine, and now ZEFA's at game point.
Wow. You know what? I'm quite at a loss for words in that match. I thought I didn't know how the Josephine came back to even take the game, and then what even happened with that Megumi? It is revenge. Killed the Josephine with the skill 2, crit the what?
I don't know, man. Yeah, because again, that was ZEFA's game to lose. He was ahead. It just like every other game we've seen with Josephine, we're like, oh, wait a minute, Josephine has a chance here, and somehow ZEFA's Megumi turned it around again and took it back in his favor.
Yeah, well, what a match for the books. I mentioned in the very first matchup of the day between BADOWNEY and CROCODILE that could have been the highlight match of the day, but I don't know. This match between Sappy and ZEFA is pretty spicy.
I think we needed that. I think we really needed a game like that for Josie. We needed her to take an L.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, again, I'm just at a loss for words. I don't quite understand what happened there. I feel like I need to rewatch that game on 0.5 speed to fully comprehend exactly what happened in that matchup. By the way, we're moving on to game 4 here, and Sappy now bringing the CRG on a combination along with that Shizuka, trying to get that invisibility off of the water monkey as well as the bombs.
This is a nice answer to the Shiho. It's tangentially benefiting from what he's doing and then applying it to your whole team. I think that's a nice answer.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of answers to Shiho, but still somehow Shiho is, that dominant first pick and really making it work every time. And yeah, with that Diana we saw earlier, I feel like the Shizuka is pretty nice. Obviously that Josephine that I was surprised to not see earlier, but Josephine is now there. And Sappy's draft is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, it is. And so ZEFA bans out the Shizuka, Sappy takes out the Okeanos. It's a good call because it gets really difficult to overcome when the entire enemy team has invincibility and immunity.
Definitely is. This monkey probably looking to stun this Gianna here turn 1. That control there does activate the Josephine, but Josephine has to go on this light Gojo. Does not get the violent proc, doesn't get stunned. And now Jogun looking to get the strip.
The res, bro. Uh-oh. But
what?
And practically no results from the strip too.
Yeah, the res really came through there. Also, Tianlang getting that nice stun on the CR. Now Monkey looking to get the stun. That's a little bit more of a nothing skill 2 coming out of the Monkey. CR does still have bomb available and is sitting on an attack buff. Save it,
yeah. ZEFA needs to press this advantage. This is a big deal. Sappy has a moment here. Attack buff bomb. He's choosing who do I want to die.
Yeah, that is a death sentence on the light Gojo. And now Gianna also getting attack buff bomb and the skill 3, stunning the Monkey. This might be Sappy running away with the game here with these attack buff bombs.
This might, yeah. This is looking like we're going to a game 5, chat.
Yeah, I don't see. Okay, here it comes. Here somehow how ZEFA is going to come back in this game, resisting that bomb on the water monkey, and the more getting the violent proc back into passive. Josephine has her passive available as well, getting that stun and getting the violent proc.
Violent more right now is crazy, and Tianlang cutting away at the Moore's passive as well. Yeah, there's a Josephine in play, guys. This is still you know, she can take this.
Well, Sappy's still definitely in the driver's seat here, but that violent Moore could also take it, you know. Moore is somewhat similar to Josephine. You know, it doesn't counter the CC nearly as much, but if you proc every turn on the Moore, you do have a passive every turn, and that means you technically cannot be ever damaged, which is a quite nice benefit coming out of that monster. But now the Shiho does get bombed this time, and that is going to be going down. Moore coming back to 0 attack bar, no passive, and we are going indeed to a game 5 here, Evan. How exciting.
Very, very exciting. Oh, okay, great. Scared me there for a second with that.
Oh, wait.
Oh, and yeah, there we go.
Yeah, maybe I should chill a little bit with the calls,
Game
you know.
5 between ZEFA and Sappy. Let's go. Keeping us on the edge of our seats, man.
Yeah, they really are. All of these games really could have gone either way. Like, even at the end, like, maybe I should, you know, chill a little bit with the calls like that. Because that Moore still had a, you know, inkling of a chance of taking that game. And I guess that's all it takes in Summoner's War. You know, that RNG can swing heavily in your favor. And somehow Moore could 1v3 there.
And that's the fun too. I liked that Moore kept us on the edge of our seats. I think that was very fun. We haven't seen a whole lot of Moore. I think it was like 2023 or 22 the last time we really saw him like played a lot in SWC. So a violent Moore is exactly what the doctor ordered for a situation with so much popularity surrounding Josephine, and both Shiho and Oliver are in the pre-bans.
Yeah, unfortunately the Moore is not quite enough for ZEFA to get the win there, but now we see, you know, these very heavily contested elemental units in the pre-ban, so this might make for a little bit of a different game 5.
Yeah, with pre-banning two of the two most popular first picks of the whole tournament, this really gives these players an opportunity to show us something that they want to be playing with that is outside of their usual picks. And it seems like Sappy is still favoring the Gianna CR combo.
Yeah, I don't think this is very outside of Sappy's usual picks here with, you know, CR Joga and Gianna. But ZEFA does have the counter here with the patter, likely to pick up the Hey Gang as well to go along with this.
Let's see it. And he opts for the Josie. I was going to jokingly say he might take the Josie here instead, so he doubles down on the Pater treatment. But, like, I didn't think that was going to be realistic, and yet here we are. It's a good pick.
I mean, yeah, Josephine's definitely a great pick here, you know, valid pick. I think I would maybe favor Hagang a little bit, but Hagang also makes it a bit awkward where you kind of have to continue, you know, bringing buffs to your team. Patter does have that, but if Patter gets banned, then you have no buffs all of a sudden. And now Sappy is looking to make a decisive last game here, pick up double speed lead, and that, you know, Sonya coming through, looking to just maybe snipe this Josephine turn 1.
I love that approach. We've seen the Sonya used to great effectiveness today already, and now we might see it again, but I think it might need to get banned.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Vanessa pick here. Yeah, ZEFA does have one speed lead, or did have one speed lead before, as well as one fast with unit, but I don't think he can really pick another speed lead that's also fast, so I think he could have gone away for like a Yan Hong instead of this Vanessa. But now, either way, Vanessa has been the pick and is going to be providing that 33 speed lead, definitely guaranteeing Sappy the turn 1 here. And it actually doesn't guarantee the turn 1 because that Gojo is extremely fast.
Super. Weirdly fast. It's going to try to dump that Fire Megami in the scroll. That is such a low success rate today.
Yeah, it really is. That is so unfortunate, you know. Sappy actually noticing that Megumi was on revenge, so it's not going to be on will. And, you know, could scroll it turn 1 here, therefore not banning it, but just not getting rewarded at all.
I love the play that he went with there. So instead of going double in on Ciara, he took that attack buff from Gianna. It's like he stole one from Ciara, and now he's going to put attack break on Gianna. Well done.
Such a nice violent proc too, because this Gianna was moving next, could have locked down the Patter, but now Patter is back in the Druid form here and unable to be crowd controlled. That Gianna skill almost just helps out ZEFA's side. This is not looking good for Sappy. No,
yeah, now it's almost like ZEFA's been accelerated with that, having given the turn to Josephine, and now she gets free damage in. That was a good risky play, pseudo risky play from ZEFA, going for the provoke instead of the auto crit.
Yeah, also just getting the provoke on the CR, getting rewarded for the 2-turn provoke, and then just max her right back with that revenge, getting the stun as well. And Patter is going to be cleansing itself. This Gianna is already dropping. Vanessa passive will bring it back, but
Looks like so ZEFA is waiting for the right moment. may want to even just leave it to lose its turn to the stun. Uh-oh.
Sierra has bomb available. I don't think she can do a whole lot here. Kind of has the bomb to like Gojo. After go for the Mega Me as well as detonate, but now that you're going to be giving Josephine another turn, more shields, more damage. That is Sierra going down, and Gianna will follow soon after. Oh my goodness, the Mega Me procs.
Oh, the Mega Me. The procs to deny the CR. He saw the signal in the sky. He was like, this is my time. Gotham needs me. And then he goes in and stuns Ciara.
Yeah, super unfortunate turn one for Sappy, not getting the Megumi in the stroll, and ultimately I'm not sure how much of a difference it would have made. That is a lot of sturdiness on Zefa's side with that Josephine as well as the patter. But Sappy is going to fall just short of making it to America's Cup as Zefa will punch in his ticket once again.
Yeah, this is looking pretty unbeatable from this position. Sappy's gonna hold on here just to see if he can get an activation of Vanessa's third skill. I mean, she resisted the stun.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, you want to have every little chance of a... Don't want to scoop in this instance, you know, where you have even the slightest chance of winning. I just don't see it happening here, you know. But then again, you know, I really didn't see it happening with that Zefa winning with that Fire Megumi either. So anything can happen in this wild game that we play.
Right, and unfortunately, it didn't pan out for Sappy with the Vanessa. Zefa pulled through with a 3-2 in round 5 up against Sappy, and now Zefa is qualified for the America's Cup.
Yeah, what a crazy set of games there. That was, you know, it really, all those games were extremely close, apart maybe from that last one. That was a quite good domination coming from Zefa, you know, getting that convincing victory there. Zefa was at match point 2-1 after that crazy Megumi performance, and then Sappy pulls it back. But Zefa ultimately is going to take the victory over Sappy, and so far our veterans are, you know, pulling through here and making it to America's Cup.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the history to back them up. They've got that tournament experience as well. Gotta say, what a stellar series of games. That felt so fun to watch. I mean, we saw crazy moments. We saw the Megumi soloing the Josephine. What the heck? What the heck was that? We saw like tons of interesting plays. We saw the Dark Twin Angels. Like that was a fun set.
Yeah, what a crazy set of games there, you know, what a treat. And we have one more quarterfinal or semifinals, yes. You know, these are basically the finals here, right? Because these are the last games we are playing to punch those tickets into Brazil and America's Cup between our two Brazilian representatives. We'll see, is ZEZAS going to make it in there again, and it's going to be all veterans this year, or will Panda like get the victory, get the upset perhaps over ZEZAS, and we at least have one newcomer in Brazil?
I'm excited to see if the new blood can pull through here today. Let's take a look at these highlights, guys. We're watching this opening round here. You know, this was the crazy game.
Yeah, what a absolutely crazy game here in game 1. You know, I thought Sappy had it in the draft, then halfway through the game I thought Zefa had it, and then ultimately Sappy just pulled the victory there. And you know, that was kind of the story for a lot of these matches. You know, it really seemed like one player was taking the lead, and then the other just comes back from behind and takes the victory. As you know, we definitely saw in this game 3 as well. And the Dark Twins actually providing a quite good utility here, but the Josephine just being so impactful. But ultimately, I think that Megumi might be even on some sort of a damage build there, because he did a lot of damage, Evan.
Yeah, he did so much for Zefa in this game. Just when it looked like all hope was lost, I would say this was really a victory for the chat more than anyone. Everybody wanted to see this happen. We saw that counter. Look at this, the 0.5 speed that we wanted to see. And now we saw the multiple revenges, the stealing the revenge buff, activating the counter attack. Like, this was just so clean for that Fire Megumi. He has earned the chat's love. This one, we got unfortunate couple of misses there from the Jogun, unfortunately. It's like you said, Topa, it was just a lot of back and forth. You know, someone looked like they had it, and then ultimately someone else took the lead, and then sometimes we'd even get a third twist towards the end. It was fantastic.
Yeah, what a crazy set there. Yeah, that game 4 as well, like, you know, Zefa just didn't really have the control to back up his draft there, and the bombs ultimately were able to take it down, even though Sappy did miss that scroll. You know, Sappy missed that scroll both games that he used that Jogun, so a bit disappointing for him, but there we have it. Zefa joins the other 6 qualified players for our America's Cup on October 11th in Brazil.
And we've got one more. We got one more slot, and we're guaranteed to have a Brazilian representative in that slot. We got Panda-like versus ZEZAS coming up here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting match to see, you know, who is going to have the home court advantage. We're only going to have one Brazilian representative, unfortunately, but at least we are having that one. And here we have Panda-like making an appearance last year, getting knocked out by yours truly, but he is back with vengeance.
How was it playing against him last year?
Yeah, Panda-like, he definitely had, you know, he had some solid drafts. He has a good understanding of the game. He doesn't, like, as we can see in the win rate in Season 32, he didn't play a whole lot, but he had a high win rate. So, you know, he is comfortable with what he does. And definitely, I think Panda-like is probably one of, like, out of the... Okay, what am I trying to say here? Out of the players that haven't been at America's Cup before, I think Panda-like would probably be my #1 pick to make it. But then you have ZEZAS against him, so, like, can you really, you know, vote against ZEZAS here?
Yeah, and it's like, you know, we've talked about ZEZAS so much today, and he hasn't even been on the screen yet. You know, this is the first time we're seeing him play, and just what a contender. You know, he got 2 worlds in his SWC debut. Like, that is a tall order. That's not something everybody can just do on their first year in SWC. It takes a strong will and a good mind to make it that far, and those are 2 qualities that ZEZAS definitely has.
Yeah, definitely. So this is going to, I do believe this is quite an even matchup. And ultimately, we're in for another set of insane games here. I do believe it's going to be exciting to see who comes out ahead here. And it's going to be our Brazilian representative once again.
Free bans go out. Oliver's in there. Gianna's finding her way to the bench this game too.
Yeah, no surprise there. Oliver, you know, frequent visitor in the pre-ban. And Gianna, obviously, you know, very oppressive monster. Panda-like picking up that Shiho first, but we'll see if ZEZAS. Oh no, there it is instantly. No thought given to it, just Josephine right away, no problem.
And how could I refute that, dude, when she's had such a great performance today? Only taken like 1 or 2 L's today, and one of them was to a weird Fire Megami interaction.
Yeah, really, you know, Josephine just such a powerhouse. Like, this unit is insane. We'll see, does Panda-like have the counter to it? You know, it does pick up another stunning monster in the Okeanos there, but it also does have a reset.
ZEZAS opens and replies with the Misty and the Juno. Juno's a monster that, you know, we could have stood to see a little bit more of today, and this is like only maybe the 2nd game that I can remember seeing her today.
Yeah, Juno is definitely falling a little bit out of the meta with how popular Shiho has become. You know, Shiho just has a lot of damage in that skill 3, and Juno can't really keep up with that damage. But definitely do like the pick here. You know, Okeanos also does provide a lot of damage, but alongside these other uncontrollable, strong solo units, this draft is looking strong for ZEZAS.
Yeah, and speaking of damage, Chao's out, Cassandra's out. Both of them are offering too much power. And so we're left with these 4 going in here to match number 4, the last matchup, Panda-like versus ZEZAS. Who will be our Brazilian representative at the America's Cup in São Paulo on October 11th?
Yeah, Shiho kicking us off, getting that stun off element on the Sierra. Also some nice damage. You know, ZEZAS doesn't have any heals apart from the Juno passive healing, as well as, I guess, Josephine shields, which are some sort of sustain, not healing. By the way, that damage is likely to, you know, stick on that Sierra. She doesn't proc out of it, so Panda-like is quite protected here on turn 1. Josephine also didn't get an initial turn.
Yeah, and here comes the stuns. A stun sticking on Josephine. That is a rare sight to see. Asher procking out a stun, significantly less rare sight to see.
Yeah, I was just going to say that is a much more common sight we have there, and a lot of damage pummeled into this Sierra. Already looking low, and Powder just decides to finish the job. Gets a kill there.
Panda-like is looking pretty strong. All of a sudden getting that early kill. That's really good for Panda-like here.
I'm not sure about that Shiho skill too there, you know, stunning up that Juno, giving that speed buff. And obviously, you know, she's just going to be getting heals off that, so not a huge fan of utilizing that skill there. Much more prefer that stun on that Josephine there. Now the Shiho is getting and does have skill 3 available once again, but this Misty is doing a lot of damage.
Oh, and that heal block is so important. Unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be the only occurrence of it falling on the Misty as the Asher gets taken down.
Yeah, Panda-like realizing that this Mist is a big problem here. Okeano's getting some nice violent proc, getting a lot of damage, and I think Patter might be able to finish off the Misty here, Evan.
What? No way. This is a big play if Misty goes down here because dies to the dot on upkeep. So now all of a sudden Panda-like effectively dropping all these walls in between him and that first point in this matchup.
Well, not exactly. There's that Josephine, and it is paired with a Juno as well. So ZEZAS is still looking quite good here. Panda-like is able to get a lot of nice stuns on this Josephine, actually be able to control this monster against full odds. But nope, Josephine's right there, procs right out. Patter does have the cleanse available.
Look at that, there's a powerful cleanse and immunity here. Can weave in a little bit of damage. This is great, so he can get back into Druid form. So that way he's immune to stun, or rather wakes up on his upkeep here. Big skill 3. Probably not enough to take. Wait, is it enough to kill? No way! Panda-like showing us the answer to this anti-stun unit is just bringing so many stuns that she can't stop all of them.
Yeah, just bringing or enough damage to just power through it. And now somehow this Juno is resisting every single stun. Very unfortunate for ZEZAS here. And Shiho does go down, but I do believe Patter is going to beat out this Juno as you can't stun this monster. Definitely doesn't want to. Let's go for the Moonlight's great. I am not a huge fan of that play. Yes, now you open yourself out to being stun locked. But ZEZAS is actually not going for the stun. Just going for the skill 1. Doesn't get the stun. The skill 2 might be enough to finish off the Juno here. Not quite.
Yeah, like even super big damage on that skill 2 in beast form as well. Goes in here, doesn't want to stun. Is rewarded. Panda-like still ahead with the wild blow to finish it off. Crits on the Juno and secures his first point against ZEZAS.
Wow. I mean, that was an extremely close game, right? We saw that there. That Patter survived maybe 15% health. That was very close. You know, I thought that Patter would take that matchup a lot more convincingly, but ZEZAS really having good artifacts on that Juno. We saw it doing 2,700 damage a hit. I think it was about 2.7k a hit. That's a lot of damage coming out of that Juno and almost taking out the Patter there at the end.
It was a lot, even against that Shiho, right? That's where you really see the artifacts pop off. I'm really impressed by Panda-like there again. Like, I said it half in jest, but it's like he was able to effectively weave in those stuns against the Josephine and keep her locked down while her passive was on cooldown.
Yeah, ZEZAS noticing how big of a problem that Patter was, now just pre-banning it. And does get the Oliver this matchup, but Panda-like just instantly taking a Josephine. Don't even need a stun on the side of ZEZAS. We are not taking Josephine. Opts to go for the CC himself, which worked out very well.
Yeah, I see why he went with it. It did work out great. This is like practically a run back we're getting.
Yeah, almost. Misty is back in the field. Josephine, obviously no surprise, is back on the field. And Panda-like definitely needs to bring some sort of damage here to deal with this Misty, or maybe a slow debuffer. I would love to see a Layla here.
A Layla would be really cool. I'm also a fan of that heal block on Asher's skill 1 into the Misty, who we know is runed on Vamp Revenge. How many rune sets can I say before I get to the one I want? Here comes the Chow that has been super effective for ZEZAS.
Yeah, I do like the Chow pick once again, as well as the Annabelle. Pretty nice. There are no wind monsters on the side of Panda-like. That's why I probably would like to see that Layla being drafted. But the Chandra is also not a bad pick. Just provide speed lead as well as that slow, which is so crucial in killing this Misty. But now there is the Layla making it to the draft, but it's going to be banned out.
Yeah, at that point, it kind of has to be. There is still a source of that slow debuff on Panda-like side as well, so he can try to mitigate the passive from Misty with Chandra's skill 3. Let's see, we are off to the races, and Shiho is taking turn 1 again.
We are here. Can she get the stun on the Annabelle? Likely to be high resistance. Doesn't get it. Maybe even doesn't want the stun, to be honest, because that doesn't activate the Josephine passive now. And now Annabelle obviously moving to full immunity. Kind of an awkward turn. Just opting to go for the heal here. Josephine punches the hole for the Oliver, and now ZEZAS looking to just control Panda-like's Ashore here.
Yeah, and there's the proc after resetting the Josephine means that we could weave in some stuns without activating it. Annabelle falls prey.
Yeah, only one stun there. Kind of unfortunate, but this Chandra getting those slows, getting the attack bar boost. Now Shiho maybe patching up those stuns. Does stun the Josephine here, and Annabelle used her heal turn 1. Oh my goodness, Okeanos is absolutely popping off. Double resist.
The power of Okeanos, only beaten by resistances.
Yeah, that is incredible. We've seen Okeanos miss quite a bit today, actually. We saw him miss against that Dark Monkey earlier as well, and he's extremely consistent with that skill 2 since the buff. Having 2 chances to get that buff move and the reset, but it's just still not enough, I guess.
Yeah, what a nice buff that was to him. He really felt the impact of that in his kit. Let's see if he wants to go for another proc here. Nope, opts to just play it cool this time, lay low.
Yeah, giving ZEZAS a little bit of a chance here, not proccing quite every turn. But Oliver, dodging that reset somehow, some way is primed and ready here, getting all that attack bar off the Shiho, and Chandra is not punishing with the stun.
Oh, and big plays from Annabelle, setting up the death breaks. We're about to see a couple monsters potentially fall down.
Yeah, Chandra not going for the kill on the Annabelle, getting a bit greedy here. Get rid of that Oliver, and for good reason, because this Oliver is an absolute menace, getting the attack bar off element there. Well, I mean, that is quite unfortunate for, fortunate for Panda like in getting that many violent procs, but also very unfortunate missing that recess. That was ultimately what ZEZAS needed to win the game.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to accuracy. Res checks acontece, Ligi, right? It's like it happens sometimes, even with a buffed Okeanos. That's crazy to say. We'll see how it shapes up here in this next round. Again, no player at the point advantage here. They still get one more time where they can kind of falter before they have to show up and get that game-winning point.
Yeah, can still afford mistakes here, and we go to a Panda like pre-banning the Ashore. He's been utilizing that Ashore, I believe, in both the game 1 and game 2, so a bit surprising to see that in the pre-bans here. Now, I'm sure he has thought about some answer here, probably taking the Oliver first pick.
Yeah, I suppose the Asher being a really decent answer to that. Here comes the Josephine for sure. Panda like not missing a beat.
Yeah, takes the Josephine this time, as well as accompanied by that patter. I do like that. ZEZA is really believing in this Misty, picking it up for the 3rd game in a row.
And it's like, I get it. That's a tough monster to have to dance around. And he's taking away a source of the slow debuff.
Yeah, I do like that Layla pick. It's a pretty nice combination with that Shiho. Shiho likely getting turn 1, getting that stun, then gives Layla that 20% attack bar to follow right back up. But there are no heals on the side of ZEZA, so Panda like capitalizing with that Aya here. I'm not a huge fan of Aya here once again. You only really do have the Layla with the AoE debuffs right now, so ZEZAS can definitely play around that.
Right, this is very similar to that situation from earlier. We saw an Aya picked largely similarly, and ultimately it means that, yeah, and with another single target unit like this, it means that the opponent can have a lot of choice, like you called out back then and now. So Aya might actually not soak the ban.
Yeah, I do like that last pick from ZEZAS again. Just going for that single target stuff, as you mentioned, really doesn't need to worry about this Aya at all. It's going to be the ban on the Fire Monkey, as well as, again, not really caring about this Aya, banning out the speed in the Oliver, and likely going to be outspeeding this Efna now.
Alright, let's see. Shiho does in fact get the stun on the Etna and absorbs that hit from Josephine.
Yeah, Layla can just opt to go for the debuffs here, getting the Aya that turn, and actually getting a very insane stun as well as the cleanse block on the Patter, so Patter will be controlled here.
He's definitely like going into the Aya a little bit more than I was expecting.
Yeah, he really is. That's Aya's, taking all these debuffs here now, so gonna have another. Oh, yeah, he can actually even use the Patter skill 3 here, because there's cleanse block on Aya, so he won't even cleanse all the debuffs here.
Yeah, accidental synergy.
Yeah, accidental synergy is working very well for Panda like here. ZEZAS, yeah, a bit, I think he had the answer against Aya, just didn't have to use these skills as much as he did. And now this Efna is going to be taken off the battlefield. It's a violent Efna, getting an unnecessary violent proc there. But that is likely going to be the end of this Vanessa here.
Close enough, I'd say, for the most part. Yeah, I think, you can just kind of play for the long game instead, as we've seen in the past with this Aya. So I think it might have bitten him a little bit. He's not entirely out just yet, as we're seeing, but missing that stun while he's in beast form does kind of hurt.
Yeah, it's a big miss on the stun there. And now the Aya actually catches that slow. Wait, he didn't kill the Vanessa there? That's definitely a misplay. He definitely should have done that Aya skill on the Vanessa, take it down, and the Wild Blow would have taken out the Misty as well. That's a big misplay coming out of Panda, like it might cost him.
There's a heal block here, but he's going to come out of defense break, which is really big because that's going to still inhibit some damage coming at him. And yeah, this is a moment for ZEZAS to turn it around. That was a misplay. That Vanessa was sitting at like 1 HP after the Aya drain.
Yeah, definitely was. So any, tickle damage would have been enough. Didn't need to get that heal block on the Misty if it would have died. And now this Misty's out of that heal block, and the Layla doesn't go down.
Layla has the chance here, sets up the cleanse block on the Josephine, frees up the chance for Shiho to lay down some damage without having to fear anything. She falls. Pater is shortly after her.
And I believe the skill... Is the skill 2 going to be enough to take out the Pater here? I think it might be. Oh, it's not quite enough. Oh, he gets the violent proc.
Dangerous. Dangerous.
Uh-oh.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if he needed to necessarily do that. Skill 2 on the Aya. Skill 2. Wait, but he's provoked. Oh no, he's provoked by Aya. I thought he was provoked. I forgot he wasn't provoked by the Pater.
Oh my god!
Oh! Wait a minute! Dude!
I'm
Kinda
sitting
like...
here making weird monkey noises or something. Oh,
I know.
What happened?
The Shiho effect. Oh my god. There was a lot to unpack in that game. There was a lot to unpack. There was hastiness with the Aya. There was potentially mistargeting on the Vanessa. There's a lot to unpack in that game. What are your thoughts, Topa?
Yeah, that was just, again, we need that on like 0.25 speed, because that happened way too fast because the monsters were being provoked, so couldn't even really like see what was going on. But yeah, Aya actually somehow, living there, definitely a misplay not killing the Vanessa, because he could have secured the game right then and there. Killed the Vanessa with even 1 damage, Patter skill 2 on the Misty, and you pretty much just win the game from there on out. But as played, that Aya actually lives somehow, gets a skill 2 off after a violent proc, doesn't get a single hit on the Misty, as the Misty was at literal 1 HP. So Misty lives, Misty is able to get another skill off, able to heal back up a little bit. Aya gets another violent proc, and somehow lives the Shiho skill 1 with 1 HP and takes it up. That was an incredible... I guess Aya was the phenomenal pick at the end there, because ZEZAS almost right into it.
Yeah, I guess she was, and at the end too, the Layla skill 2, I don't know if it needed to happen. I think, but I need to go back and see. I'm saying all this with just a loose, like very vague vision in my head of what the game state looked like. I want to see it again, but the skill 2 from Layla was going to feed some debuffs to Aya, so then Aya was going to get attack bar and accelerate to her next turn. So there was a lot going on. We'll talk about it more in the highlights. For now, we are in round 3, and this is potentially Panda Like's last game, as he is at match point. If he can beat ZEZAS right now, if he can lock in, he will be our Brazilian representative at the America's Cup in Sao Paulo on October 11th.
Absolutely, yeah. Panda Like, after that insane game, now finds himself a match point here against none other than ZEZAS, a very strong opponent here. And we seem to draft, pretty typical CR first pick, as the Oliver is pre-banned into the, the double CC options. Then we see the response, the Josephine and the anti-CC of that Misty once again making an appearance in all 4 games so far. And then the response to Shizuka, does have that invisibility, does have that revenge buff, but that Juno is still an extremely strong pick into this. And now I do believe that Cassandra does need to be the ban.
As she so often is, she loves that 5th pick slot. It's basically a lock on the first 4 monsters in most situations.
Yeah, Panda Like does not want to fight against the sustain of the Angela. Does leave the Misty in. He has dealt with the Misty with varying degrees of success here. Does still have that heal block coming out of the Bayek, as well as Okeanos could potentially throw some slows that way, as well as Shizuka can do that too.
Yeah, and this is going to be a difficult game for ZEZAS as well, especially considering that, like, Okeanos has reset. Shizuka can place invincibility on the whole team. Juno is not getting the despair stuns that we'd like to see, and Ciara is slacking on the bombs.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. This is actually, that is very unfortunate miss from the Josephine, as that, made it so that Juno kind of had to use her buff remove too. But now Shizuka's skill 3 is unchecked. Also a bit maybe fortunate for ZEZAS in not landing the slow or the bomb, because now when Shizuka uses skill 3 here, there's actually no bomb or slow coming on ZEZAS' side.
Right, and there's no strip on Juno left. Like, she tried to, ZEZAS used it earlier, so this is going to be the waiting game.
I would like to see that Juno hit the Bayek maybe, you know, get that revenge, get that heal block on yourself, get that little bit of healing going. Just going for that Shizuka, which, you know, is revenging and potentially could have even taken away that speed buff. And now Panda-like is looking to be in a pretty commanding lead here as he is sitting at match point.
Yeah, strong lead here with Brazil on the line. Panda-like not giving ZEZAS an inch in this game. Doesn't want to give him a chance to win at all.
Yeah, it really doesn't, you know. Shizuka skill 3 is now wearing off, but Okiano is getting another nice violent proc. Another reset, drops down. The Misty is still looking healthy, and you know, we've seen these Josephines do crazier things, and you know, she's starting to do something with that double stun after the violent proc.
Exactly, and that's the thing that Panda-like still needs to be afraid of right now. The Misty's in play, the Josephine's here. You know, he had a super strong opener, but I doubt that ZEZAS is going to leave that Juno skill 2 on cooldown in the future. Now he's aware that this is going to happen. Here comes the Asher.
Oh my God.
Lands the crits and the defense breaks that he needs to take down Josephine.
Was that Josephine a wind monster? Because I'm not sure this Bayek missed a single crit there. I believe the defense broke first hit and just proceeded to crit every single time and just deletes the Josephine from the... What? There's some crazy games going on here.
Attribute advantage on that Josephine for some reason. He had Elemental King for one moment when he needed it. Now, is this Misty gonna do its best Raigeki's Misty impression?
Ooh, it's doing it. Juno getting that nice strip on that Soul Protect on the bike, so Bayek does go down. He can't do a whole lot here, only really just giving that Juno heals. And Misty might be looking to take this game as that monkey drops here.
Look at the damage. Oh my goodness, dude. Look at the damage coming out of this Misty. And remember, chat, he's ruined on Vamp. He's healing off of all this. Oki can do some damage here, but it's not even enough to take down the Juno.
Yeah, this Misty is also Rune of Revenge and has been revenging a lot throughout all of these games here. You know, I don't know if they can take down this Misty at this point. Has to kill this Juno. Panda-like wisely reviving that Bayek, knowing that the Bayek skill 3 is going to be his way to victory here. Shizuka does have skill 3 available and opts to go for it. You know, getting that protection and those 2 turns will be enough to get her back into that revive.
Yeah, and look at this. Couple just dud turns here from Misty. Now can bring back the Asher if he's so inclined.
Opts to bring back no skills available.
Yeah, he doesn't have skills. Oh no, I thought Panda-like was working towards the Asher, and look at Misty lapping.
Yeah, and that's it. Too much.
The Misty takes it back. The second time we've seen that in the Americas prelims run so far. ZEZAS takes the win, ties it up 2-2. Both players sitting at match point. This is guaranteed to be the final round in the tournament today. One of these people is going to Brazil as an America's Cup representative.
Yeah, the other probably going to Brazil as a viewer, as they are both our Brazilian representatives. We'll likely see them there either way, but you know, they both want this bad. And we see, you know, ZEZA's Misty wants it real bad, and Panda-like's Ashore wants it real bad. All those crits on that Josephine. And Panda-like now banning his MVP almost in that Ashore. I don't quite understand this pre-ban. I would almost like them to see pre-ban that Misty, because ZEZAS has picked it every single game, and it has been devastating.
Yeah, he believes in the Misty, and so do I. He has turned us all into a believer.
We see a Josephine first pick. The Oliver's in the pre-ban, so you know there's no reset potential there. And instead of just going for a monkey or a Okeanos that gets countered by the Josephine, Panda-like decides, you know what, I'm just gonna take the Josephine.
Yeah, it's funny to see him take it with you know, such priority, because like he's been dancing around the Josephine decently well today.
Yeah, he definitely has, but maybe also realized that Misty is, you know, quite a counter to that CC comp, so can't really let ZEZAS have the Josephine and the Misty together. Now, yeah, still opting to go for that CC lineup. Maybe we see the monkey picked up as well.
What?
Takes it back.
He's rethinking, of all things, the Oki. Well, the Oki has missed skill 2 a couple times, but the Okeanos has been really good. ZEZAS picking that Misty so fast, I blinked and he was there.
Yeah, absolutely. ZEZAS knows exactly that Misty is the carry, and you know, wants him back on his roster here. Panda-like does have the Gianna for some bomb damage going towards that Misty, but definitely needs another damage dealer here.
Needs bold plays. Layla providing the slow. That's a good play. And the more.
More making an appearance once again. I don't know. I would almost like a She-Ho here again, though. I feel like that invincibility is just so clutch against the Misty. You know, it can't leech any life if you don't deal any damage. But the more is the pick instead. And now ZEZAS actually does have the Layla available, and he's looking to pick it up here.
Yeah, this, you know... Oh, he's thinking about it, but opts for Chao. I mean, Chao has been pretty consistently banned by Panda-like every time ZEZAS has picked it. So it makes sense that he'd want to maybe wrap up his draft here and try to confirm the 4, see if Panda-like still values it as highly as he did in the past.
Yeah, probably does need to ban out this Chao here once again. The more is getting banned out, so there's no disruption, or not nearly as much disruption to this Jogan turn 1. And ZEZAS is looking to just bomb a unit of Panda-likes right here, right now.
Alright, everyone is on Will. Here comes Jogan trying to remove those buffs off the table. Boost attack bar. Defense break from Annabelle. This is the big moment with attack buff bomb from Ciara. You hate to see it if you're Panda-like. Pater falls big time. And attack buff Misty coming up here. Is that enough? That's going to push Gianna closer to the brink.
Yeah, so close to dying there. And Misty getting the revenge on a defense broken. Josephine almost taking it out as well. And ZEZAS came to play this round 5 and is looking to take a very dominant victory over Panda-like. But it's not quite over yet. He does have skills available. Drops that bomb in the Misty very wisely, you know, knowing that that is kind of the issue. But Jogan still has seal available.
Yeah, and that is an attack broken bomb as well, I think. So, you know, Gianna is not going to do as much. Annabelle heeding the call, procking out. ZEZAS securing the win, 3-2 against Panda-like. He will be the Brazilian representative at the America's Cup.
Yeah, probably not too many people surprised. You know, Panda-like definitely gave ZEZAS a run for his money there. He was at game point. He was at 2-1 ahead. But you know, I have been in that position against ZEZAS as well, being 2-1 ahead of ZEZAS and losing out to him. So ZEZAS is not out of the fight, and he crawls it back and takes the 3-2 victory over Panda-like. And there we have it. Our 8 qualified players are all veterans. There are no newcomers this year at the America's Cup.
We're practically getting the run back from SWC 2024. This is the ghost of SWC past showing up again. So look forward to seeing all of your favorite players, big names from SWC, facing off on October 11th in Sao Paulo. And remember, guys, while that is the last match of the day, that is not the end for what we have in store for you today on this broadcast, because we still have to determine who these players are going to be fighting against. We are doing a live bracket drawing right now, so everybody watching will get to see that unfold first.
Yeah, that bracket is going to be super exciting to see. You know, a lot of these players, we obviously have the high seeds versus the low seeds, so there's going to be some seeding going on in this matchup. But before we get there, let's look at these highlights coming out of this crazy set. There have been so many crazy sets today, Evan, that I don't even know what the highlight is.
What a third day, man, for real. I completely agree. And yet again, I need to see these highlights. There are so many moments where I feel like I need to just see an instant replay, like you said, at 0.5 speed.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting that 0.5 speed here. And, you know, in this very first game, it was already so close. This Juno almost brought it back against Pater, but Pater, you know, about 20-25% health, is able to take the victory there. And then in this game too as well, it's just so close. You know, this Misty did so much work for ZEZAS.
Yeah, and this was like foreshadowing for what was to come, right? We'd ultimately see that Misty take a game on his own, practically securing ZEZAS the opportunity to take it to a game 5, which was so great. Here's that Aya game where we saw ZEZAS potentially rushing into the Aya a little bit early, but what I'm really interested in seeing, Topa, is towards the end when he rips that skill 2 from Layla another time, which I want to see if that was necessary or not.
Yeah, there are definitely a couple, or at least that one misplay from Panda, like not finishing off that Vanessa with that Aya and instead of going on the Misty, as he could have just gotten rid of that. And here's that Layla skill too. Yeah. I think the Aya was already debuffed, so I don't hate the play of ripping that skill too, but this was insane. The Aya getting the violent practice. Yo, look at that. How is the Aya alive? How is she alive?
And she didn't die. But yeah, upon further inspection, she had enough bar too, so she wasn't being fed bar. So it was not as significant as I thought, which is great. So we love that. Here comes another one. Ultimately, this would be the game where ZEZAS would take the win. His Misty would solo.
Yeah, Misty getting that huge solo after that bike, getting an insane performance. I want to see that one more time. You know, I need to see that one more time with the highlight. That bike actually crit every single time.
We gotta check the VOD for that one. And while you're checking stuff, check out this registration page for Brazil. So if you guys think you can make it down there for the America's Cup in Sao Paulo, come on down for a Destination America's Cup. Registration is live. The event itself is free, but registration slots are limited. So if you want to go down there, take a look. Check it out after this.
Yeah, we would love to see you guys there, you know. The mods are, I believe, posting that link in the chat, so make sure to register. And also make sure to get this coupon code. Come to Brazil, SWC. What an awesome way to end this out.
That's perfect. Yeah, get another mystical scroll, some energy so you can farm some more runes. Hope maybe farm some will runes, you know, spend some time in Necro, or, you know, or find something for Misty too. It doesn't even have to be will runes. We got SWC emblems in there too. I'm hoping that you guys are banking on those too, because we got those light and dark scrolls in there. We got the legend scrolls in the same event. And while you're at it, guys, summon for some Tekken 8 characters, because Summoner's War is mid-collab as we speak. Summoner's War meets Tekken 8, the Ultimate Showdown. It's happening right now on the Sky Island. So log in and enjoy the collab exclusive Nat5 Heihachi giveaway event, collab scrolls, and more rewards. And remember, guys, like we talked about, that was the last match of the day. But it is not the end of the tournament. No, we've got more in store for you on day 3, because we still have to do the live bracket drawing. So make sure you stick around to see that, because you'll get to see it unfold first.
Yeah, we will be back after this short break to get a look at that very exciting bracket that's going to be coming up.
Yeah, that's right, guys. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned to see who will be fighting each other at the America's Cup. This will be the live reveal, guys. All right, y'all. We'll see you right back here after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SWC. This time for the live bracket drawing of the America's Cup on October 11th. Welcome back, Topa. This has been a super stellar day, man.
Yeah, it has been some insane matches today. You know, while the games are over, the fun is not over, as we do have the bracket drawing happening here almost right now. These are the 8 players that have qualified. You know, we see the top seeds, Big V, Raigeki, Ladrio, and Vinny qualifying from days 1 and 2, as well as the lower seeds, BADOWNEY, TRUEWHALE, ZEFA, and ZEZAS qualifying today.
That's right. And when we do the live drawing, these buckets that are in front of Jesse, who will be doing the drawing, correlate to the high seed and the low seed. High seed being in bucket 1, low seed being in bucket 2. Now we're going to go fill out the bracket from top to bottom, and we're going to find out how this is all going to play out during the America's Cup proper in Brazil.
Yeah, this is super exciting. Yeah, we see all 4 high seeds names there. You know, Jesse shuffling them up real nice. So we have, you know, extremely random matchups here, but obviously they are seeded in that high seed, low seed. And our first high seed player will be Big V.
Big V, nice. And Jesse looking sharp with that America's Cup flavored tie. Looking good. That's awesome. Let's see who's going to fight Big V right now, Topa.
Yeah, you know, I don't know who Big V would like to fight, but his opponent will be ZEZAS. Oh, it's
ZEZAS.
A rematch. It's a rematch.
Yeah, dude. Right off the bat.
Wow. Yeah, Big V did defeat ZEZAS to, you know, put him in this lower bracket in the first place. So that is a rematch right off the bat. We'll see who is our second match for the high seed here. And we have Vinny.
Vinny, nice. That's crazy that Big V and ZEZAS get the run back right away. That's incredible. And on the America's Cup stage, now here comes Vinny. So let's see who fights Vinny here. Vinny, of course, got that crazy game up against TRUEWHALE earlier on day 2.
And oh my god, it's another run back. What is happening?
God.
It's Vinny against TRUEWHALE.
No way. Wait, back-to-back rematches.
What? Okay, who else is a run back? If it's Raigeki against ZEFA, that's another run back. And then we have what? BADOWNEY and Ladrio. They didn't fight. We might have 3 run backs though. Either way, the high seed for this match is Ladrio.
All right, let's see what happens here. This bracket's already crazy. There's so much history just from these opening days of the prelims in these fights. And of course, we've got Gildy v Gildy in that match too with Vinny and TRUEWHALE.
And Ladrio's opponent will be ZEFA. Okay, so we don't get the run back of ZEFA and Raigeki. So that means the last matchup here will be Raigeki against BADOWNEY. And, you know, Jesse here will confirm that for us. And that is the case. We have Raigeki and BADOWNEY in the final match. Wow.
There we go. Man, and just like that, thank you, Jesse. The bracket has been filled out. We now know who's fighting who when it comes down to it in Sao Paulo, in Brazil for the America's Cup. Insane, actually. Those opening 2 games are completely fire.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. We have 2 run backs right after that. I believe both of them were 3-0s. I do believe Big V 3-0 ZEZAS and Vinny 3-0 TRUEWHALE. So we'll see if ZEZAS has the home court advantage in Brazil. If the crowd can, you know, get him that victory over Big V. And, you know, ZEZAS is definitely going to be adapting. And I'm sure the same goes for TRUEWHALE, right? Like, he, you know, definitely doesn't want to get, I almost want to say, you know, embarrassed or humbled like that in front of a live audience. So TRUEWHALE's going to be bringing the heat against Vinny as well. And then, you know, obviously those lower matches as well are going to be some fire.
Of course. And you guys at home can look forward to that. Again, October 11th will be the America's Cup. We'll see you back here for all things SWC 2025. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see y'all next time. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.